that sugar on my tongue. She's gonna give me some. She put it right there on my tongue. She got it right there on my tongue. She put that sugar on my tongue. She's gonna give me some. She put it right there on my tongue. She got it right there on my tongue. On my tongue, yippee, yippee, yum. Goody, goody, gum drop, put me in a tongue lock. Did it till my body went numb. Later on her back, turn around, gave her bottom a smack. She's a woman from the block with the best of weed, but I won't stop till I'm pulling out track. It was lust at first sight, and she couldn't help saying that she wanted to get with me, and my size was just right. So she wanted a man with a little security. Said I've been around the world twice, and my name ring bells from Atlanta to Sicily. Said she wanted it all night, so put the bottles in the tub and load up. She put that sugar on my tongue. She's gonna give me some. She put it right there on my tongue. She got it right there on my tongue. She put that sugar on my tongue. She's gonna give me some. She put it right there on my tongue. She got it right there on my tongue. Sweetie, you look so incredible, so delicious and so damn edible. All I need is some honey or syrup, put a little butter to rub down all your curves. And no need for the lemonade, just to twist the lime and some break a blade. Can I call you caramel? Cause I'm about to go cool and taste your cocoa puff. One bowl ought to fill me up. Milk gotta be cold enough, so summertime that'll hold me up. I might choke myself if I'm sort of. But honey, you look like a honey you living a strawberry with a whipped cream filling. Top part of the peach cobbler butter. Who's got out to do me better? That sugar on my tongue. She's gonna give me some. She put it right there on my tongue. She got it right there on my tongue. She put that sugar on my tongue. She's gonna give me some. She put it right there on my tongue. She got it right there on my tongue.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? I'm so mad because I wanted to play the Lil Kim version, girl. Lil Kim 8. Especially in that motherfucking video, girl. Kim 8. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. So happy to have you guys in the building with me, girl. Okay. This is kind of an improv live, last minute situation. I do have my handy dandy, amazing host in the background who's going to help me to have this discussion. I'm going to drop the link as well because I got some feedback from girl, the last live, honey. So if we also have any transgender men or women in the chat, definitely I want you all to hit the link as well. Any of my LGBT folk, hit the link. Any of my straight cisgendered men or women, honey. This is a community conversation, girl. We got to get into some things, but before we get into the minutia, as my boy YB Entertainment TV would say, y'all got to give me a nasty piece of thumbs up, girl. Y'all know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm, girl. It helps to push this thing out and recommend the content and the platform so we can continue to grow, girl. We are less than 50 people away from a solid 33,000, girl. The kingdom is moving, girl. So continue to share, and thumbs up. If you don't have your notification bell set to all, make sure that it is set to all because you never know what day or hour the king is kinging, girl. I could be contenting right in the middle of you breastfeeding, girl. I could be right in the middle of contenting, girl. On your way to the dick appointment, girl. You know, you just never know which there are salacious hour, girl, that I'm coming just like that Christ in the midnight hour, girl, to rapture up the good saints and everything, child. So you have to have your notification system set to all. Now, Patreon's notification systems are reliable, girl. Never a fail, girl. Boom, bitch. You get them emails. Pop, 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 pop. YouTube, not so much, girl. You may get a notification that I'm live 3 days later, girl. Or maybe not even at all, okay? But that Patreon notification system is on par. Now, you guys know that I also just got a brand new iMac, girl, that I'm going to be using to do all of my pre-recorded material on, honey. I just have to get my old nasty piece of iMovie, a very older version of iMovie downloaded on it, girl, and I'll be able to get to my pre-recorded material because there was Patreon content that I wasn't able to put out last month because that content is pre-recorded. So there's an interview I did with Consciouztv, amazing TikToker, YouTube activist, educator, etc. I've had him on this platform twice so far. I think this is second time interviewing. Yeah, I think this is my second time interviewing him, girl. So I got all that to drop, girl. We got some other shit, girl, that got to go into the Patreon, girl. So, you know, all of that will be coming this month. Luckily, now that I've got all the things that I need. With no further ado, also, make sure that you guys check out the season finale of the Yes God Roundtable, girl. We just wrapped up. We had an old nasty kiki session, girl. We just came and kicked it and everything. So I dropped the link in the community wall, girl. So just make sure that y'all check that out tonight. Great discussion. We might be back at the later part of the year, girl, or y'all may see us next year, depends on what YB want to do. But we wrapped up our 10-episode season, girl. So shout out to Cats Meow, who debuted some amazing piece of music, girl, tonight, girl. Gave us everything from an old nasty Adele, Heartbreak, I Just Want to Be Loved and Fuck Slow, girl, type of a joint. And it gave us an old nasty twerk down genre too, girl. So the Cast Me Out is eating it the fuck up. My other co-host and one of my favorite reality TV stars, Tremel, girl, he won Best Singer of the fucking year, or the Best Artist. I think it's Best Artist or Best Singer of the Year, girl, at the Boss, I say bitch, the Boss Bitch Music Award ceremony, girl. So shout out to him, girl. And YB had an old nasty piece of TK Naturals commercial, girl, that ate it up, honey. So the shout out to all the guys for their entrepreneurship, super talented, just on a swag. So inspiring to be around, like, movers and shakers, honey, people who just got their shit together, girl. They out here on it, on a gift, on a calling, on a 911. I'm here for all of it. Yes, Best Artist of the Year, girl. So all of that. I also want to shout out to all of my Patreon members and all of my donators, Cash Appers, and PayPalers. Thank you guys so much for your financial contribution to the platform, girl. All of that stuff goes back into the platform, goes into software, goes into all type of shit, girl. Computers, devices, tablets, everything that I need, girl, to put on the shows that I need to put on, girl. Okay, so with no further ado, let's just run this old nasty intro. Once again, thumbs up, girl. This helps with the YouTube algorithm, and we're going to get right into the meat and the potatoes of this thing when we come back. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Reckless?
Hello.
Thank you for joining the King. I'm so glad that your mouth is feeling better. I know that your mouth had a hot girl summer over, you know, summer 2021. You know, collateral damage was done to the back of your grill and everything. Teeth was knocked out of place and everything. But that Novocaine and oral gel, honey, you know, is putting in that work. How are you feeling?
I'm still in like a little bit of pain, but I will be pushing through.
Period. So you guys send light and love, okay? his mouth has now given its life to Jesus, girl. So you know, it's a lesson, girl. And not in them streets, but trade, girl.
Yeah,
and,
shut up.
Trade done came through and did what it did. Before we get into it, let the folks know where they can find you at as well.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the Land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack the notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. Well, just so you know, guys, my Instagram name is strictly Reckless, but however, my YouTube channel is Reckless Logic, the name that you will continuously see throughout the night, and it's with 2 C's, not 1, because I have my own pathway. Thank you.
Good. Let me speak to everybody in the chat coming in. I want to say hello to my big sis and one of my amazing mods, Oscar. And thank you, Boo, for being here. And Mr. Oz and the family, God bless y'all. Hey, Bedside, what's going on, love? Hey, K for sure. Why are we jealous? Okay, so we got trans women pushing through, girl. See, I knew this headline was going to get everybody up in this bitch. I will be dropping the link. Probably immediately. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and drop it because I don't even need that much of an opening statement, girl. We're gonna get into it. Anybody and everybody can hit the motherfucking link. The panel does fill up rather quickly, so if y'all gonna hit it, y'all better hit it to have your spot. Cause once folk up here, girl, they'll be trying to get down until the credits are rolling. So if y'all coming up, bitch, you gotta come up. I want to say hello to Lisa. What's going on? Going on to baby mother Miss Morrison. Hey, boo. Hey, D. What's going on, Miss Taylor, baby? Hey, Miss Libra, what's going on? Blessed, booked, and busy, ain't we? On period, okay? Hey, Miss Tiffany, what's going on, babes? I'm happy to have you here. Glad to put a smile on your face. You put a smile on my face. What's going on, K for sure? Hey, boo. What's going on, Trinidadian Prince? Oh, yes, dude. That's, you know, that name sounds like it got big dick energy behind it, honey. Trinidadian Prince. I know you know all about that type of meat, Reckless, okay? I know you're an expert, you know, in all things big and male, baby. What's going on? Lonice, hey, boo, what's going on? NY Princess, hey, Tina, hey, Cheryl. What's going on, Sonia? Hey, TT, what's going on, Plain Jane? Hey, boo. Let me make sure I move up. I want to get everybody up in here. Why you bothered? Period. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. You guys heard it here first. What's going on, Kevin Porter? Hey, boo. What's going on, Miss Brianna? Hey, Miss Jax. Hey, Ebony. Hey, love. Hey. Okay, so let's get into it. Hey, to everybody coming in. Okay, so I just dropped the link. I want to share something with you guys. So you guys know, in our last discussion, we had an amazing panel, girl, that lasted 9, 8, 10 hours, girl. We did a whole third shift, honey. And I know a lot of y'all like that type of commentary because it gives y'all something to be distracted from other than doing y'all jobs on these white people's workplace, girl. Okay, getting y'all through y'all old nasty piece of shift, honey. So every now and then I got to give y'all some shift-oriented content, honey, something that can keep you busy. And there was some interesting feedback from that last panel. Now, in that last live, we discussed a trans woman by the name of Demi, who was incarcerated at the age of 16 for murdering her elderly adopted parents, okay? She stabbed them 27 times apiece. She ended up being transferred to a all-female prison as a result of a lot of groundbreaking work that another trans inmate did years ago by the name of Sanaya Doe, okay, who had pushed to have a lot of legislation put in place so that trans women could be held at the prisons that align with their gender identity, okay? So Demi, who decided to transition amid her 30-year sentence, was able to get transferred to a all-women's facility by the name of Edna Mahan, or Mahan Edna, all-female prison. As a result of being transferred into this female space, she ended up impregnating 2 other inmates. One of those inmates is Miss Bellamy, who is also serving a life sentence for murdering a couple on the night of their engagement party. Her and cousins murdered this couple in cold blood. Well, that's part controversy. Okay, I might need you to mute, Reckless. You all that. Amid all of that, Miss Bellamy and Miss Demi fell in love, and there's 2 babies on the way by 2 female inmates. Now, there was a lot of discussion, okay? And on that panel, we had 2 trans women. One of those women go by the name of One Love, and she hit the panel, you know, pretty hard off the rip. Her and Knockout Media had a moment. Her and Wody, who was another cisgender heterosexual black male who came onto the panel, was having their set of struggles. And there was also a lot of women who just felt, a lot of cisgender women who felt a way about One Love's energy. One Love definitely didn't hold back. She definitely was keeping her foot where she felt it belonged, which was not only on black cis heterosexual men, but also on the necks of black cisgendered heterosexual women. And there were some interesting comments left underneath that video. I see Miss Mickey in the background, so stay right there, boo. I'm going to let you in. And once again, mods, if you can rotate the StreamYard link for me, thank you so much, love. You guys can hit it. I want to pull up the video from, I want to pull up the comment section from that video so you guys can kind of just see the context here. Let me go ahead and pull up my screen the other night and read through some of the comments, particularly the ones having to do with the subject at hand. Let me share my screen here. Okay, why can't I can't for some reason. That's weird. Let me make this separate, actually. It's not letting me do what needs to be done. Just want to show y'all the comments real quick before we get into it. And thumbs up as you guys are coming in. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up if you're new here. It's not letting me share my screen. That is so weird. Oh, here it is, I think. Okay. So this is my stream, and once again, it's titled Transgender Impregnated 2 Female Inmates Convicted of Murder, Co-ed Spaces versus Gender Specific Ones. Okay. Some of the comments, let's read here. Miss Tabby Cat wrote, "Why do us women have to go through this with trans women when men don't go through this with trans men? Just have respect for each other, period." Catrice said, "I agree with everything the attorney was saying. She was so articulate and made great points without being rude, emotional, ignorant, or disrespectful. This was such a great discussion and spoke volumes of why the LGBTQ community is as divided as it is today." This comment here is from Little Baby Girl 29, and it reads, "The audacity of One Love calling Knockout transphobic while demanding recognition as something you're biologically not and never will be, no matter how hard and loud you kick and scream. Simply put, WDNC." I don't know what that necessarily means.
Girl.
But DS wrote under that comment, "Not only that, what about women that have been sexually assaulted by a man and they see a woman who visibly looks like a man but consider himself female? That may bring up traumatic memories or anything being housed together. What about them? It's really sad, especially for the children, because they won't have either parents in Miss Demi's case." There was some other comments. Jordana said, "I'm a whole cisgendered, masculine presenting lesbian, and when I enter a woman's bathroom, I have to be ready to get the look of confusion because people think I'm a man. I enter a family unisex bathroom any chance I get. Unfortunately, I don't get that option at Planet Fitness, so sometimes a woman comes in and walks back out to make sure she entered the right locker room." Oh my goodness. Wow. Queen Cakes Mukbang says, "Well, just because you're a trans woman doesn't automatically make you attracted to men. and you don't have many options in jail. Some people will get it how they live. Now, this came from my boo Ebony Adams, who said, One Love was so condescending, nasty, and I was quite offended by her attitude toward biological women. She wants respect, yet she was being negative and disrespectful toward women. So not cool. Amy Thomas says, although we might not understand everyone's lifestyle, hopefully we can speak through our triggers and not run away. Okay. My boo Sir Smiles, who is a trans man, also commented here. Now this is the comment that really was the catalyst for tonight's discussion, and this was by Cornstarch Beauty, and it says, I was most definitely in support of trans women until I heard One Love speak about Black women. The hate I feel that is coming out of her towards Black women have taught me a lot. To call Black women the new white male supremacists is so insulting. I will no longer be in support to help them progress. I'm sitting this movement out. I've heard too many transgender women speak so negatively about Black women. I can't see myself supporting a group that speaks so negatively about a group of women when the same thing is being done to them. Enough is enough. Good luck. Okay? So that right there is the catalyst for this here discussion tonight. And I want to welcome Miss Mickey and Miss Sonia to the panel. Hey, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome to the panel. So happy to have you here. So I know that Reckless obviously saw the last show. It was a damn near 10-hour show, so I do understand those who did not get to catch that very multifaceted discussion that took place all night long. But before we get started, did either one of you women get to see the last show regarding One Love?
Yes.
Yes. And Miss Mickey, how about yourself?
You were breaking up. I'm sorry. What did you say?
I asked if you had saw the last show featuring One Love.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to ask the question. Anyone can answer. The three of you guys. Do y'all believe that Black trans women are jealous and or hate cisgendered Black women?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So if y'all don't think that, what do y'all think is the case?
I think it's miseducation. I think there's a lot of frustration. You know, I'm 52 years old, and I'm learning a lot, you know, as I grow. And I think for a lot of times, you're already in a situation where you're frustrated with society. You're frustrated with family, you know, but we're learning. You know what I mean? I wasn't raised this way, but I had a lot of friends as I grew up. I have people in my family that are part of the community. So for me, it's a little bit different. I still don't know all the vernacular, but I pride myself on wanting to learn. And I pride myself on loving people and meeting them where they are. Now, the other young lady the other evening, you know, I too would probably sometimes get my pronouns wrong. I correct myself, and it has nothing to do with disrespect. It's because I'm learning, right? And so I felt her pain, and I felt her genuineness at the same time. So even though I thought sometimes she came across a little harsh and a little bit abrasive, that's somebody I would embrace and I would like to sit down and talk to. And I even made a comment, if you just learn to talk to people and not assume that everyone is out against you, but meet each person where they are and make it an educational moment. It's not about hating one another or being jealous of one another. It's about not understanding and also being pit against each other by a bigger picture. You know, and
that bigger picture is, Miss Mickey?
Society as a whole. We have enough as a community that we have to deal with just by the color of our skin. And it seems like any time society gets a chance, they will find something to try to pit us against one another and to try to be jealous of one another. And we just as a community have to learn to set that aside and love each person how they present themselves to us without making judgments on one another.
How do you feel, Miss Mickey? Because you spoke about the way that you were raised, etc. You didn't necessarily grow up around this, and so coming into this era of kind of learning about what's going on and what's going on with transgender people, how do you feel about straight people who feel that to support the safety and the visibility of trans people is to malign biblical principle, or is upsetting to God, or they feel they're disrespecting their creator?
Now I'm the wrong person to talk to about the Bible, because I look at King James and I look at Martin Luther, who actually translated that Bible. The King James is just a version. Okay. God put us here to love. If you follow Jesus, and Jesus' commandment is to love, it's all the rest of that stuff. There's the reason why there's 46,000 denominations of Christianity. Everybody has their own 2 cents about it. But at the end of the day, we're supposed to love one another. And part of loving one another is to respect one another. And if you don't have or use that gift called discernment that we were all born with, then you're not doing anything. If you call yourself a believer in God, then you're actually not following his principles. He created you. He created one love. He created me. He didn't put us here to be at odds with one another.
Got it.
So I don't think it has nothing to do against, I can accept you. It has nothing to do. My relationship with God is my relationship with God, just like your relationship with your creator is your relationship with your creator. No sin is greater than the next. So if I'm going to say, oh, that's a sinful life, well, me going out there to the club ain't exactly holier than thou. Me talking about Miss So-and-so in church and her dress and her hat ain't holier than thou. So how is my sin any less than your supposed sin?
Got it. Let me ask y'all this question, because this is something that kept coming up as well, is One Love's approach to anybody who kind of needs to be educated was kind of like similar to what Black and brown people echo toward the white community, which is go educate yourself. K for sure is a trans woman in the chat. Boo, if you could actually hit the link, I would love it for you to, because I like to talk to people instead of rather talk about and at people. So if you could just, if you don't mind hitting the link, it would be wonderful to have you up here to actually speak to some of this. That would be great. But K for sure says, we as trans women aren't your enemies, but from my experiences, men or patriarchy plays a big role in it as well. Serenity says, K for sure, I wouldn't know because I don't know what cis even is. And when I asked, you said Google it. And maybe attitude might have a lot to do with it as well. Do y'all, and I want to welcome Tiffany to the platform as well. Welcome, Boo. Do y'all feel like, I know that One Love got a lot of heat for her aggression or her defensiveness. She obviously was very guarded, and it was very easy for her to be triggered up, and probably for good damn reason. But do y'all feel like the appropriate response to someone who is being triggered, someone who is representing themselves as a minority who's been through a lot as it relates to dominant society, do y'all feel like the appropriate reaction to seeing minority people triggered is to judge them for their triggers, or to become focused on the triggers rather than the pain behind that trigger, the variables behind that trigger? Because there are some people who are like, who feel, I don't give a damn how much you've been through, respect me, etc. And then there are those who practice a very long suffering and patience with people who've been through a lot and don't personalize it because they know that it's not really about them personally. But what do y'all think about a lot of minority people who are very triggered, who are very defensive when it comes to the dominant class and subjects around? that minority group?
Well, for me, to be honest, right now I'm going through, like, I have a psychiatrist and 2 therapists, because certain things will trigger me. So I can understand that part of being triggered, because I'm the type person, I get along with anybody. I'm 50 years old. I grew up with trans people, trans men, women, and things like that. So I don't have a problem with them. I'm cool. But get triggered, yes, that is very easy, because I know I'm type of, I get triggered, and I'm trying to learn how to, I would say, kind of like turn it off, because it's like you talk to me like I'm a kid or something, very easily. In real fast, and I know I will go off. I'm that same type. I will go off on you, cuss you out, everybody in your house, piss, everything else. So I can understand her being triggered. So right now, that's why I'm going through therapy and psychiatrist to learn how to, I will say, handle that trigger part of me. Because things happened to me when I was young, and I'm trying to learn how to, like, not let certain things, I will say, trigger me to that point to where I'm gonna wind up in jail or a mental state hospital, one of those two. So I can understand frustration. Okay.
Well, here's the thing, right? As Black people, we're always told we're aggressive. I don't care if I come outside and say it's sunny. If I say it the wrong way, somebody gonna say, "Oh, that's an aggressive Black woman. That's an angry Black woman." Right? So we have to be, I think, more understanding with one another. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm from Brooklyn, and you come at me wrong, then it's gonna, you're gonna see a whole different side. The spirituality goes out the window. But I'm first going to approach it with love and respect and understanding. Like I said, with One Love, I felt her pain. So because I was able to feel her pain and her sincerity, her message didn't get lost in her anger and aggression, as she was trying to put people on and make them understand her point of view. I think we have to stop as a people, stop labeling each other as angry or aggressive or this or that, and approach each other, because we all have been through something. I don't think there's anybody up here even watching this. We're all here because we love the message and we love you, right? And you're bringing everyone together. We all have something in our past. So we all have something to be angry about. Just the color of our skin gives us the right to be angry. But we got to stop labeling each other as angry and aggressive and this and that, because the world has already done that to us. You can stand up for yourself and you can put people in their place. It doesn't mean that you're an angry, aggressive person. It just means that it's coming from a place of sincerity and a place of passion.
So you don't feel...
I look at... Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Sonya.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying, no, Black women ain't really this and the third, but I really am. It's like my hands come up before I react before I think. And I'm trying to learn how to think before I mean,
right.
It's like, what I'm saying? It's like open carry, everybody come on them.
And that's why we gotta meet each other where we are. We just gotta meet each other where we are and not take it personal.
Hold on, you guys. Sonya, your phone is breaking up really bad. I don't know if you can hear it on your end.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Conscious, can you hear me?
Yes. I was trying. Hold on for 1 minute, Tiff Boo. And you also got some feedback in your phone too, Miss Sonya. Yes, Tiffany. Can you hear me, love?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, so first off, I just want to say this is my first time calling in, so I'm very excited.
Welcome to the platform. Thank you for being here.
I just want to say that I don't know. I guess I'm just speaking on the last show that you had about this, the whole 8-hour show. I just want to say that I'm as a very, I guess, straight woman. I'm very attracted to trans women, gay men, bi men, like all of the. I don't know how you can. What would you call that? But not all of us straight women are against trans.
I would call it having good taste, Tiffany.
Yes, I guess I'm just one of those. Just how can I put it? Just open to everything. I'm just one of those people that are just always like go with the flow. You know, love is just is love. You know what I mean? You love what you love. So I just want to make it short. I'm not going to be on here long. I'm actually going to leave right now. But I just wanted to say that I love trans, gay, bi. Like I'm just open. Like I would date someone who was gay. Like I'm very attracted to you. Like I love you. So I just wanted to say that because I missed your last show. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, thank you for being up here, boo. I appreciate it.
Love you guys. Bye.
Love you too. Bye-bye. Queen Tulsa, who is one of our residential amazing content creators out here on the street, and she also is a Black trans woman herself. You are on mute. I don't know if you know that, Miss Tulsa. So obviously, big topic. This has been a topic for a few years now. What are your thoughts on what's going on between Black women and Black trans women? Is there real tension there rooted in something substantial, or not so much?
Well, yeah, because thank you for having me up on the panel, and hello, co-host and Miles and Chats. Yeah, it does, because it starts off in the household, and you have to think about those harsh words that were said. If the parents did find out, and if they were aggressive or mad, they was using the F word, they was using the G word. Oh, it's no, none of this in our house. So it starts from childhood. And it's sad. It's sad, but I want to say this. I want to clarify some things, because there's a misinformation out there that trans women are jealous or there's a battle. I don't feel like it's no battle, because I come from a woman. I know who I am. I know my place. I know my lane. You know what I'm saying? And I respect the women. I don't entertain the divide. I entertain bringing together. I'm all about togetherness. But Angela Stanton, she's very controversial, and she's very problematic in the things that she say. I mean, even when it comes to her own child, who is identifies as a trans woman, you know, she says some very distasteful and went on some interviews and really put down our community.
On national television, actually, she went on the Dr. Phil show.
Yeah, television, Dr. Phil.
Yeah. So,
but Shauna supports her.
Yeah.
Shauna supports her, and I have a problem with that, because it really makes Shauna look like a clout chaser out here in these streets.
Okay.
I feel like she's a disservice. Angela Stanton, I feel like she's a disservice to the trans community.
Well, with you saying that this starts in the household, you know, like most of us Black Americans were raised up in a household under very Christian ideals and principles. We learned that, you know, the LGBTQ thing was an abomination, and, you know, to not do it, to stay away from it, you're living in sin, etc. You're going to hell.
You gotta pray the demons out.
Yeah, you gotta pray the demons out. You gotta, etc.
Call Pastor so he can put some oil on you and pray that up out of you.
Yeah. So, and what's fascinating about that is I have been on panels about this same discussion, the LGBT discussion, and I have been labeled as angry, or as even they always do this reversal shit. Heterophobic, okay? I was labeled as a heterophobe, all because, you know, which really was just a weak attempt to not be held accountable for the blinding privilege that a lot of cis hetero folk just default to. And I feel like, how can you expect a class of people who have had their narratives controlled by the dominant class through religious mythology, have had their narrative controlled by what became the social norms, etc., that queer people have never been in control of their truth or their story in this country at all. The church got ahead of it. Dominant society got ahead of it. And do you really expect those people to not be angry? Maybe not at you, but just angry at it. Angry at what has been done. Angry at the treatment that also has been had because of what was done. Like how, like there are literal statistics and data around trans and queer youth being rejected from their families, put out of their homes, you know, as teenagers. They're literally Bishop Eddie Long. Hold on. Somebody got some feedback. It sounds like
Well, I do. I was gonna say this. It society makes ways for people to do that. And I want to say it starts with the people that are partaking in the LGBTQIA plus community. They're against it in public, but they are entertaining it in private. And it's like, what they fail to realize is when one go down, we all go down. They look at us as one band, one sound. You know, so they practice and they preach this this and that, but what do we do to them people that get caught, like the bishops and the pastors?
Yeah. Well, apparently we do nothing.
But we have them pushing this narrative that you're going to go to hell because they all done spoke on it, but then they entertain it. That's my problem right there.
So here's something that I do is when like here is the thing, right? And I think that everybody here has kind of mentioned it. Really, like, first of all, I'm very proud and refreshed by Sonia and Miss Mickey, like adults who are actually willing to unlearn things and willing to see it differently and do better, etc. Because that's what we need. When
well, Sonia's my mod, so we work.
Shout out to the moderator Sonia. That's amazing. Something that I want people to keep in mind: when you see triggered, abused spoke, okay, I don't think the appropriate response is to berate them about their energy or to berate them about their madness. I think if anything, there's a lot of information in that defensiveness. I think you have to realize that what you're looking at is the end result of the devastating impact that the dominant society has had on minority people, whether that be white America, whether that be heterosexual America. We're talking about, because those who are the majority ultimately control the social spaces. And so it can be off-putting and difficult to feel and to interact with somebody who is essentially a mess or super guarded, but that super guardedness is coming from the abuse. It's coming from all of the bullshit that people like Miss Monica, people like Queen Tulsa, people like One Love have had to experience, including same-gender loving men like myself and Reckless. His own relationship to his mom was obstructed for a long time because of her views about homosexuality.
And they put this religious bullshit before they goddamn kids. This will make me mad.
Well, it seems that Christians have forgotten some of the most basic of teaching. I thought the Christ that they claim to follow said that we should love you one another as I have loved you.
But see, they only nitpick the stuff they want to listen to. They only nitpick. Can y'all hear me good?
I agree with you. I think
they only nitpick the stuff
the
that they
Bible has been
follow. They only nitpick. That's all they do.
I think the Bible has been used to beat down anybody.
And here's the thing. Let me say this. Black women are not our problem. If anything, black men are. So for the black cis women out there, you are not our problem. You have been our number one supporter. We do not have a problem with you. If anything, it's the black men we have a problem with. We don't have a problem with black women. I don't, at least.
Because the black man has the influence on the black woman. And then this really disturbs me because you have like Christianity and all that, and they pretty much pass off this that message. You hate this, that the ones that be preaching that you hate this, they form those groups, and that's why those attacks be coming off so randomly on trans and gay people, because that's what they've mentally been programmed to do, is hurt them. They not normal people.
Well, to me, it's just another divide. Decades ago, it was light skin against dark skin.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
Good hair versus bad hair. This is just this decade's way of having. This is just this decade's way of dividing.
Hold on for a minute. I need everybody to speak at once, and let's try not to ad-lib, because it literally blocks out what the other person is saying. So, one at a time, please. Miss Mickey, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, this is just this decade way of dividing us even more. Take away, I don't care who you love. You were born the way you were born. God created you the way you are supposed to be. And for people to sit around and try to pit us against one another, it's just ridiculous. My own mother and I have different views, and I can't even talk to her about certain things because I'm into crystals, I'm into candles, I'm into all things spiritual and holistic. And there are just certain things because of how she was raised that I just can't get into. I can't pick apart that Bible that she, goes to sleep with, or we talking about using restrooms and things like that. The whole topic came up the other night about, they're just going to be raping our daughters in the bathroom. No, they're not.
Girl, first of all, let me say this.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just ridiculous.
Hello. Like, I mean what I say. Hold on. Talk at one time, and there's a lot of people on the panel, so y'all can't just jump all over and through each other. Like, we're going to do this in order, and let's also try not to use let's try to replace saying the RAPE word with the R word.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it messes up like all of the algorithm stuff, etc. But one at a time, please. Go ahead, Ms. Mickey.
Okay. It's just about having the difficult conversations. I know that anytime I bring anything up, it's one conversation at a time, one day at a time, and people come around. But we have to start with the conversations. I don't have anything against anyone as long as you ain't messing with me and mine. But now if you mess with me or my kids, that's a whole different ball game. But you live your life, I live my life. We love one another. We help one another. And if you're not down with that, if your energy is off, then you don't need to be in my space. I wish you well. And you're just not on the same path right now. I'll meet you where you are, but other than that, it's not, each generation is different. And so we have to approach one another, not with kid gloves. We don't have to tolerate disrespect. But if we want the other person to learn, then we have to kind of meet them where they are, little bit by little bit. Some parents will disown their children over the stupidest things, and I have never understood that. But I didn't talk to my mom for 10, 15 years. And I'm straight, so it has nothing to do with that. Parents are parents. And however they were raised, whatever hurts they deal with, if their children possesses the same characteristics, unfortunately, they cut them off. At some point in time, you will come back together.
So let me ask y'all this question. Like, I want to play devil's advocate because there are some trans women in the stream saying that, and maybe to I forgot who said it on the panel, but maybe to somebody who said it earlier, the problem is patriarchy. The interesting thing about patriarchy is that you do have Black women who also buy into patriarchy or who buy into toxic masculinity and reinforce that patriarchy as well, who participate in transphobia, homophobia. For a lot of Black trans women, they feel that some of the first people to even out them in public are Black women. If a trans woman is in a space, in a store, in a restaurant, it's Black women who are making it their business to let each other know that's a trans woman, or to let the men around them in the space know that's a trans woman, or that's a man, as some of them would say.
Let me say something to that.
So what do y'all think to
Let me say something to that. Let me say something to that.
I don't want to be interrupted when I'm speaking, though. I want y'all all to speak, but please let the host do the mostest here, okay? How do y'all feel about, and this goes to the cisgender women on the panel too, like, I'm sure y'all have had to come across other cisgender heterosexual women who don't necessarily respect trans women. Miss Monica, you definitely can speak to that, and then everyone else can follow suit.
Yeah, let me say something to that. You do have those Black women out there who like that, and I just I just ignore them, because first of all, what they gonna do? Because if they try to touch me, I'm gonna knock the hell out of them, you know. But the overall grand scheme of things is that Black women are not our problem. You do have some Black women out there, and I will beat the hell out of them too, just like I beat the hell out of a nigga. You know, you do have those Black women out there who will do that. You know, fuck them. You know, because I'm gonna do what I want to do. Because at the end of the day, ain't nobody gonna touch me. You put your hands on me, it's gonna be another thing coming to you. I'm not playing. I'm gonna use whatever bathroom I want to. I don't give a fuck about you and your daughter. If you and your daughter don't like it, y'all can go somewhere else. You can go home and use the bathroom at your house. You ain't got to use the bathroom in public. But you ain't finna tell my grown ass over here what bathroom I'm gonna use. You, your husband, your daddy, ain't none of y'all gonna do nothing about it. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Okay.
Here's the thing with this violence. Y'all keep saying violence.
Your phone is breaking up, Miss
You got to get a
Monica.
little violent sometimes. I'm not saying you got to use this for every result, but when it comes to these niggas and these homophobes and these transphobes, you got to be violent to them sometimes. If you got to take a cap and bust the cap in somebody's ass one good time, do it. Clink, right down. How you?
So Miss Monica just said something that I want to ask the rest of y'all about. Like this, the issue with trans women and women and biological women in mutual combat. How do y'all feel about trans women and cisgender women physically fighting? Because there are women who definitely don't feel, or biological women, I should say, who don't feel that that's appropriate, even as a trans woman.
Well, I will say this. I would say this. I'm not.
Can everybody mute? Because there's like clicking and clacking and just a lot of noise in the stream. Can everybody just mute until they are speaking, please? We don't want to hear 5-hour rush. Everything. Okay, Miss Sosa, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, no, you put your hands on
don't
your
agree.
ass. If you know you a woman and you can't whoop me, then bag down. But if you come up to me like you finna whoop me, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you. Point blank, period. I don't care about this woman shit. If your mouth right and check that your pussy can't handle and you get your ass beat, that's on you.
Okay, Queen Tosa, a response to that?
Yeah, personally, I'm not a confrontational person, so I'd never resort to violence. I've had women do that before, like, oh, that's the man. But I just continue to walk in my beauty, and I smile, and I don't get upset about it, because and that's what they want. I think it's just about maturity and just how confident you are in yourself, because if you're confident, it doesn't matter what nobody has to say about you, and it's all about being able to look over ignorance. You know what I'm saying? You just look at them like they're ignorant.
Well, let me ask you
Let me
this
say, and
question.
people in the comment talk about I'm very violent.
I just laid out the rules. Like, they're going to be respected. Like, let me guide the conversation. Please do not interject, because it allows everybody to think that they can do that, and it becomes a mess. And we're not going to do that. With what Ms. Tosa just said, let me clarify the question. So, if you're in a situation where a biological woman is being physically aggressive, maybe you have entered into a confrontation, there is an exchange of words, a cisgender woman gets in your face, starts huffing and puffing, encouraging violence, chest to chest with you.
Who the hell this nigga think he talking to on here telling me to shut the fuck up?
Miss Monica.
Nah, who the hell this nigga? He don't know me.
Hold up. Miss Monica, the burden and responsibility is on you to just mute and cuss him out. Like, don't interject.
Nah. But he ain't even okay, cuz. I'm sorry, cuz, but he don't know me. He ain't
even up here, so you can't interject me to talk to somebody. Anybody in the stream who got something to say, hit the link like everybody else did here. But let me clarify the question, please. So, a cisgender woman, and Ms. Monica, I want you to answer. Well, Ms. Monica kind of already have, but a cisgender woman is being aggressive with you. Would you allow yourself as a trans woman to engage in physical combat? Would you allow yourself to strike a woman back? Do you feel like when it comes to fighting, all is equal? That all lives matter when it comes to mutual combat? Or do you feel, Queen Tosa, that there's an alternative that should be taken as a trans woman specifically?
Well, I understand that I have the best of both worlds. I also understand that I have a strength. I had a strength at first that was different. And even though I'm taking hormones and stuff and it breaks it down, I still don't encourage it. I mean, I would just say, like, try your best to get away. I mean, some people might think that it's crazy, but scream, run, call the police. I mean, you got to do what you got to do to get out that situation. And I would just say, make sure you get law enforcement involved, and that person needs to go to jail.
Okay.
Tag me in, please.
And Sonia and Jazzy, how do y'all feel? Like, so as biological women yourselves, would y'all even engage a trans woman in a physical altercation? Do y'all feel like that's a different fight because it's a trans woman? Or if somebody need their ass kicked, y'all just gonna do the ass kicking?
To be honest, I mean, male or female, like that. Opinion.
Oh, Miss Sonia, I hate it for you. Your phone is breaking up so bad, Miss Sonia.
Oh, Lord, sorry.
Yeah, it's breaking up real bad.
Conscious, let me just say this real quick. Then I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut my mouth. Just let me say this real quick.
Okay.
First of all, people want to talk about in the comments. I see the comments talking about I make the trans community look bad. First of all, you need to have trans women like me. See, that's you sister's problem. You want to talk about somebody being too violent. Y'all ass ain't violent enough. That's why these niggas be busting you across the head. I'm telling you, I ain't finna sit here and do all that peaceful shit. That peaceful shit ain't got your ass nowhere. When you start busting these niggas in their head, then that's when they gonna leave you alone. You want to talk about I make the trans community look bad? No. Y'all make the trans community look bad because y'all want to walk around here doing that peaceful shit knowing it ain't gonna work. But you want to get mad at me. I'm doing this because I love my black trans sisters. Unlike these niggas out here who don't love y'all. But you want to have a problem and say I'm making the trans community look bad? Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you, I'm being real with y'all. And the truth is that you got to get violent in order for this to stop. When you bust one of these niggas in their head, that's when it's gonna stop. I'm not angry. I'm speaking with passion. But see, y'all don't know that. because y'all too busy using these white LGBT people tactics. See, that may work with white LGBT people, but that ain't gonna work with your black gay ass or your black transgender ass. You know it ain't gonna work. You know you got to be a little more harsh when they come to niggas while you want to get mad at me.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, somebody has another device playing in the background. Can y'all? Somebody got feedback. A lot of feedback. I may have to do this one at a time if we can't get the panel situated because I want the audio to be as smooth as possible. I see Miss Tamara Kane. Can you hear me, love?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes. Welcome to the platform, boo.
I ain't making no damn body look bad. You bitches making your own self look bad. Fucking talking about me.
Miss Monica.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up now. Shut up. Promise.
Mute your phone. Go into the stream and talk shit and cuss everybody out. That's what you want to do. Let's not do that from the live stream. It's too much, and there's too many people here that I have to keep information. So help me help this panel by not being disruptive. Miss Kane, welcome to the platform, boo. What are your thoughts?
Hi. So first off, I love you. I love your platform, and I feel like you have a love for people in general, and that's beautiful because we need more of it. As far as the conversation about putting your hands on whatever, I was raised that if somebody hits you, you hit them back, regardless of their gender. So nobody should be resorting to violence unless you're defending yourself. Everybody has a right to defend themselves. So if somebody who was biologically born a woman and that's how they identify, and they come in contact with the trans woman and they get into an altercation or whatever, if that woman started it and she start throwing her hands or whatever on the transgender woman, the transgender woman has a right to defend herself. That's just a God-given right. You have a right to defend yourself. So that's my opinion on that. And as far as what I didn't come in at the beginning, so forgive me. As far as Black women having an issue with trans women, me personally, I have a best friend who's like a sister to me, and she's trans. We've been best friends now for a little over 6 years, and I love her like a sister. And whenever we hang out, there's no competition between us because that's my sister. So I'm not in competition with her. That's my friend, that's my sister, whatever. When we go out, we hang out with each other. I protect her, she protects me, and I love her on a human level. And so in my opinion, I feel like we have to focus on loving one another. And when you love each other, that doesn't mean you agree with everything that the other person does. But if I'm out and I see a Black trans person having an issue, I'm going to enter myself in a situation with love to protect that trans woman because they are Black and they my sister and I love them, and that's just what it is. Period. That's just what it is.
Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
As far as the whole violence thing with men or whatever, let me tell you, as a woman, like I said, who was born biological woman, and that's how I identify, men try me on a regular basis.
Get a gun.
So if they're gonna try me, they're gonna try me. They're also gonna try trans women, and it don't make it right. But I agree with part of what Miss Monica said, that I think what needs to happen sometimes with men, you gotta speak in their language. So I think when these trans women start protecting,
that's what you gotta do. You gotta whoop some ass.
Hush, silly. Hush. When you are met with that type of violence, it's nothing wrong with meeting that violence with violence, because sometimes that's what you have to do. Sometimes you got to slap somebody, stab somebody, punch them, shoot them for them to realize, hey, you cannot do that to me. Yeah. And until that's done on a broad level, this violence against trans women is going to continue to happen. And I'm not promoting violence. I'm promoting you to defend yourself.
Self-defense, what you promote.
Yeah.
My thing is, I'm sorry.
Hold on. I want Miss Monica to answer that, and then I want a Reckless to chime in, and then I want Kevin and my boy Marvin X Files jumping as well. Go ahead, Tulsa.
Oh, I was damn, what was I gonna say?
You were speaking to self-defense and violence.
Oh yeah. So when it comes to that, I mean, each situation is different because when you look at, there was a girl up north, and I think in Minneapolis or Minnesota, and she was in a store, and all these dudes jumped on her. I mean, even the females.
I saw that video.
That's why I say you gotta pick your battles because the heterosexual community, whether we want to believe it or not, they stick with each other. You know, okay, they could be at odds, but oh, that's a man. Oh, and he into it with a woman, or that's a man and he tried to trick me, and then he go tell another homeboy, and now his ego bruised, and now he got to prove something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I want a Reckless to chime in, but before he do, there was also, because I remember that viral video you were talking about, Queen Tulsa. It actually was the result of a car accident. I think the trans woman had bumped the back or the sides of these women's car. They was in a fifis, led to the trans woman trying to run into a store because they were trying to jump her, and then it just led to a whole melee against the trans woman where you had men and women literally jumping on this woman inside the store. It was a very traumatizing to see. The mob, it was literally a mob, a witch hunt against that trans woman. There was also another distressing video that had went viral like a few years ago, and I think T.S. Madison had played it on her morning show, where there was a trans woman and what seemingly was her male companion. They were fighting in the front yard, and the male was getting the best of the trans woman, and there were these other men who happened to be walking by. They initially were trying to help, or were going to help what they thought was a biological woman being beat up by a biological male, but once they saw that it was a trans woman, they pretty much, you know, was just like, oh my, oh my God, this is and they literally made trans and queer phobic statements, and then they left this trans woman to potentially end up dead, all because they did not have any. They didn't think her life or her safety mattered as a human being, yet alone as a trans woman. And so there's all of this going on. A Reckless, you were going.
Girl, so you know my tooth is already going in and out, so which means my fucking level might be high. Sorry, y'all. But I'm just gonna be honest. This whole thing. Now, I will say this. I will agree that sometimes Monica, she does have her moments. But what I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna sit up here and allow people, not saying people on here, but people in the comments to come at Monica at any certain type of way, because we yes, we sit up here, we talk about Monica and her attitude and the way that she responds. But however, we're the same people that's ready for a war between us and the government. So and then on top of that, we're the exact same people that support Malcolm X. So it's the hypocrisy for me and the neocracy for me that really gets me, because I'll be like, girl, you said one over here one way, but then you go and support the exact same thing you're trying to criticize somebody else for. Miss me with the BS. Now, I will say this: when it comes down to trans women hitting biological women, y'all grab your seatbelts. I'm about to shake the table. I'm gonna be honest with you. That whole thing when it comes to self-defense and putting your hands on people, all that gender stuff goes out the window for me. Reason being is because the whole thing is that I've literally seen women weaponize them being, and I'm taking transgender out the equation. I'm gonna put men in there. Weaponize them being a woman and doing all the different types of things, being on the man face, doing you ain't gonna do shit, blah blah blah, and doing all this. And I've seen it happen. And the reason why I'm like, before, I used to have the whole thing of not supposed to put your hands on girls. You're supposed to do this. You're not supposed to do that. Facts. I used to have that ideology, and me having that whole ideology, the people I was bullied by were freaking women. And I tell this story. I told this story before. Like, I used to have that ideology. I used to have that ideology, and me having that whole ideology, the people I was bullied by were freaking women. What the hell? And I tell this story. I told this story before.
Hold on. Okay. Y'all, this is like the audio is ghetto as fuck, and I don't appreciate it, you guys. Like this is my content. Like somebody got feedback in the background. Mute your phone. Like y'all have to get these audio issues together. People are going to catch this stuff in the replay. People are here to be educated. They're here to hear all sides. Y'all got to like get better at the audio issue and the not interjecting situation as well.
May I answer your question that you asked about? I'm a bisexual woman, sexually fluid. I love it. I love myself. I am like Queen Tulsa. I really don't like ugly confrontation. But I will protect myself, and I expect anyone who's being attacked to protect themselves. I have gotten in the middle of arguments with allegedly straight men who were going after a trans woman. When I lived in Hawaii and I was singing over there, my biggest supporters were my trans girlfriends. We spent, and what people mistake in Hawaii to be a mahu is to be a trans woman. It's not to be a gay person. I remember one day we were taking a walk, and one of my friends said, I really like hanging out with you because then people think I'm a real girl. I said, you are a real girl. That was her spirit. That was everything that she presented. She was a girl. And when I lived there, I would see sometimes these men trying to fight these women, and I would get in the middle of it and do my best to help my friend. You're not going to disrespect her. You're not going to get in her face or my face with your nonsense. I'm just simply not going to have it. I think it's just a shame. I don't mean to get emotional, but I think it's just a shame the way some people think it's okay to treat another human being. It's a damn shame.
Yeah.
We have become so fucking desensitized that we don't give a shit about another person's life.
Yeah.
And we allow children. Now we have people legislating. Don't say gay. You can't address a child who has two mommies and two daddies. You can't. It's ridiculous for anyone to think that you can legislate and dominate the human spirit. That is fucking nonsense.
Yeah. And then
you
to
allow
add
your children to play these violent games, these violent video games, and they bring that into their real life experience. It just.
And then to add insult to injury, Jazzy, we expect the people on the receiving end of all of that inhumanity to be a demure, to have a decorum, to be polite, and to be chipper.
Yes.
We get shook and shocked by the anger and the rage of people like Miss Monica, and yet, to your point, also know the reality of how we other the fuck out of other people, how we reject and unsocialize the living hell out of other people, and yet expect them to show up happy and respectful and sound-minded while also being a recipient of some of the worst attributes and behaviors of society and the culture. It literally makes no fucking sense. You cannot have both of those things. If you're going to have a hurtful society, you're going to have hurt people in that society. That's how that goes.
Conscious, I'm sorry, I mean to cut in, but I agree with what you said. That's why earlier when I was talking about from a human standpoint, when I meet anybody, especially that falls under the umbrella of being angry, they're only mirroring what's been given to them. You know, a lot of LGBT people, they when they're young, they know they're gay, but if they in the Black community, they can't speak on it. The minute they speak on it and say something, their parents are being evil and mad and kicking them out. They on the streets. Then on top of that, when they get out on the streets, they got public people being angry, mad, treating them all kinds of ways. Then they got to resort to all types of foolishness just to survive. And then when you meet them and you like, oh, that person is angry. Well, what the hell you think they're gonna be if that's what the world gave them? You can only pour into the world what's been poured. Is it poured? That's it. Poured into you. You know what I'm saying? So like for me, I just do my best to lead with love unless I need to lead with my fist. But I try to lead with love because sometimes you the only love that somebody gonna see. And sometimes you're gonna be that one individual that may change their mind and say, you know what? I'm okay to exist as this, and somebody loves me, even if it's just that one person. And that's what pisses me off about the Black community. It's like we got some audacity to treat people mean and ugly or whatever. And look what the hell we went through. Like we have the audacity to treat people a certain way, and we were treated a certain way. Like we should be the first ones in line to love on Black LGBT people just off the strength of what happened to us. Like we don't have time for any more division. We gotta come together. We don't have time. I can't stand beside that person because they gay, or I don't want to. Are you kidding me? Because when shit hit the fan in this country, the people that's gonna be riding and marching and all this shit for us, they fall under the umbrella most of the times. The ones that's riding for Black people, but yet we don't want to commingle with them because of their sexual preference. Like child, and I don't mean to get loud. Let me calm down.
You fine. It's a loud platform.
I just get passionate about this because we just have, like Reckless said, we have audacity. We just have audacity, and we all just got to do better. That's it.
Can
something to what you were saying? Something to what you were saying, Tamara. Because I used to say the same. Like like the frustration, the defensiveness of trans people, of queer people, especially Black queer and trans people, is reasonable. I also used to say that about like this whole notion of the angry dark-skinned woman. I'm like, well, had you considered why the hell she would be angry if I was living in a society that devalued me because of my complexion and then exonerated other women above me as being more valuable and beautiful, and I literally had to play second-ranked citizen and be mistreated and reduced to maybe just a good time rather than wife, rather than having these serious roles? You don't think that I'm going to be an angry ass? You don't think I'm going to be an angry motherfucker? Like, you just cannot produce an ugly, vicious society that's rejective and predatorial and maligning, and then expect that you're gonna have a happy culture and happy people within that culture. It literally makes no fucking sense.
Can I say something, please?
That we literally will judge and penalize hurt people for the hurt we reinforce in their lives. So like, that's literally not intelligent, and it is just a profound lack of emotional intelligence on our end. Like, on our end, to not consider, where does this hurt come from? Where does this attitude come from? Where does this defensiveness come from? And the fact that we have so much ego about ourselves that we literally make it about us. Oh, you're not going to talk to me like this. Oh, well, you need to be respectful. Oh, like, literally, that's what you're going to do as this person is wearing their woundedness on their sleeve. You're going to make this about your ego and how you need to be treated in this moment, and not think about the bigger context here for all that's happening and coming up and coming out of this individual in this situation. I mean, it's so emotionally, like so many emotional midgets in the world. Like, it's very bizarre. Reckless, jump in, and then I want definitely Kevin and Marvin and Sweetness to come in as well.
Girl, you already know. I'm probably gonna be going off throughout this whole video. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I think it's very interesting how a lot of times too, when we start to get into the conversation of womanhood and what's woman this, what makes a woman, what doesn't make a woman. My question is, what ruler are we using? Well, like, what ruler are we going by? How are we making measurements of what's a woman and what's not a woman? And the reason why I say that is because the ruler that you guys currently have were created by men. So it really interests me. It's very interesting to me is how a lot of times people, not saying anybody on the panel, but a lot of times people that talk about womanhood and try to make the measurements of what's a woman, what's not a woman, especially women themselves, use the same ruler that was used against them from men, but however, at the same time in their bio says feminist or womanist or all these different types of things. But it's that's female, sis. And this is the reason why, girl, I'm gonna go off this whole. I'm sorry, y'all. My tooth hurt. My fucking level is high.
Don't go off. You're doing a good job.
Give it to us.
Wait, no. I'm gonna go off only because my tooth is hurting. My fucking level is high, and this goes back to what I was saying before, a couple lives ago. Here's the thing. A lot of times too, when we have these conversations, we're trying to do it so we can educate people, because a lot of times too, you guys be having children, you guys be having people in your family, and then y'all be sitting there wondering why the children just sitting up there and they done took their own lives and all the different types of other things, and then you're sitting there crying that this is a wish, shoulda, coulda, and all the different types of things, and be like, oh my God, if I just would have, yes, if you just would have listened and actually have more empathy in your heart, you wouldn't be having the situation that you're currently in, as in having to, God forbid, bury your loved one. But that's a whole different other thing. But another thing too, I think another thing as well is why women also participate in toxic patriarchy, aka I find it very fascinating how a lot of times too we call ourselves pro-black, but yet we hold on to white literature, aka white Jesus into the chat. So another thing as well, we condition, in the words of Conscious, we condition women to follow men so often. Now we're surprised when they actually do it and they actually follow the guide of a man or male figures, aka God, aka Jesus, aka all the men head of households, all the different types of things, and a lot of times subconsciously don't see themselves as equal. But that's all I have to say so far, and then that's it.
Okay, I want to get Kevin. Are you there, love? I got you, Queen. Kevin,
yep, I'm here. I'm here. Hey, okay. How you doing today?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for joining the panel. Your thoughts?
Thank you. Everything is so all over the place. I've been listening. I think that I want to go back to the original question about a trans woman having a physical altercation with a cis woman. Mm-hmm. I believe that, first of all, I don't think that it should happen. I think that we already have issues in sports where we can tell that there is still a physical advantage regardless to whatever hormones are being taken. You still have a physical advantage generally to women. There are many women that are stronger than men. I agree with that. But for the most part, as a whole, there is going to be an advantage there. And what we have to do as men when encountering situations, and we see it a lot even as gay men, because we can find ourselves in heated situations with women, and that possibility is very low in that. And when that happens, we still many people probably make the wrong decision.
Kevin, can you hear me, love? Your phone is breaking up really bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know what to do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going to be able to tell as you continue to talk.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, I just believe that there is a difference. Although we can call a trans woman a woman, there's a difference between being born biologically a male and biologically a female. And there are going to be physical attributes that are going to be different. And I believe that that has to be taken into consideration when you engage type of physical altercation. Meaning that if you are in a situation where a woman runs up on you, you have to still respond in the way that a man would have to respond. You have to match force and try to de-escalate. You should not beat a woman down if you know that you can physically do that. A man shouldn't physically assault another smaller man that they know that they can overpower in that way. You still have to recognize your strength in the situation that you're in, and you have to respond accordingly. You should always defend yourself, and I'm not saying that anybody should run up on you, but you should be mindful of that situation when you engage in it, that I don't want any smoke with that. And from a legal standpoint, if you get arrested for hitting them and you are identified, because when you go to jail, they can call you transgender, but the person that's going to be making the decision on what happens to you is going to have their own thoughts and their own opinions about it. And they may just simplify and look at you as a man hitting a woman. So I think that you have to be conscious of that. There are differences between trans women and biologically born women, and we have to address and navigate that as we move forward. That's the only thing I really think.
But here's the thing though, and I think I kind of got cut off when I was saying this. But here's the thing: I'm able to go with that whole narrative, like that whole idea of, you know, the trans. Here's the thing: when it comes down to the situation, people always want to put it on the transgenders to always be conscious of those things, but they never put it on the other people that also are engaging in the altercation as well, as in okay, if you are, and I'm just my fucking level.
Now, basically, if you're gonna call me a man, you need to be aware. You need to remember that I'm a man. Since you think, since that's what your narrative is, you remember that before you strike off.
Exactly.
And that's why. And that's the reason why I got kind of lose me a little bit when y'all get to talking about these whole things when it comes to, if you a man, you shouldn't do this. If you're a woman, you shouldn't do this. I'm sorry. When it comes to self-defense, hold on. When it comes to self-defense, all that gender stuff and all that sex stuff comes off the table. Reason being, me, myself, my own personal experience, I had the whole idea of you're not supposed to put your hands on women, you're not supposed to do this, and I want to still agree, but at the same time, but you do want to know what that led me? That led me to being on a bus to where I had the idea I wasn't able to put my hands on a woman and she was spitting on me and doing all different types of shit. So I don't give a fuck. Man, woman, trans man, trans woman. You run up on me, it is what it is. I'm not taking that. Sorry.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, match your force. I agree with it. I agree with you totally. I mean, because the same situation, I respond the same way. I'm just saying to be mindful that when you get arrested and when you go to jail, that everybody's not going to be looking at it in that same uniform way. I'm saying walk into the situation knowing what you're getting into. And I'm not saying ever let anybody do anything to you. But if there's a way you can escalate it and you're stronger than the person, I think it is in your best interest. I'm not talking about a right or wrong. I'm talking about an end result. Because negative can happen to a trans person in the situation. The judge is gonna look at a man. They could, whoever's responsible, they can still be harmed by that.
I'm sorry. Hold on, you guys. Because I want to get Marvin in here and then Sweetness, people who haven't spoke yet. But what I will say to that, Kevin, is I've made up, because my mom and dad raised me up to not hit women either. That's why I will argue to the death with a woman, because it's all the fuck I can do is argue her wig off her damn head. Right. I can't do nothing else but just verbally go ballistic. But what I will say is, when it comes to women, I don't have an ego when it comes to mutual combat. So like, it's nothing for me to run from a fight from a woman, because I just don't want to physically have to fight a woman. So I don't care what I look like running from a woman. I don't care what I look like just trying to find my way out of the store to avoid confrontation with this woman. I'm just hell-bent on avoiding a confrontation with a woman, because that's just what I believe should be the case. I also am under the guise that I more than likely will probably, because of testosterone.
Talk about fight with my fight, men and women.
Miss Monica, like literally, y'all not gonna make doing my job difficult. Like I'm here gifting y'all with the opportunity to be on a panel and to speak. Like, follow the rule. Everybody else can do it. It's not going to be no exceptions here. Stay in line, please. This is hard enough trying to control all the shit. And then I don't even know what the fuck I be saying when all that be going on because I done lost my goddamn thought. But nonetheless, when it comes to women, I am hell-bent on avoiding, for me, now, you know, how everybody else choose to get down, it is what it is. But when it comes to niggas, you niggas can get it on any given motherfucking day. It ain't gonna be no avoid an altercation with y'all. Because we can do what niggas do. Roll down the goddamn flights of steps together, jump off the edge of the balcony together, girl, whatever. Your head got to go through the car window, whatever needs to happen can happen. But, you know, I just wasn't raised in an environment where I saw men beating women and saw the sexist engage in physical combat. But I will say that if you initiate violence upon somebody, that person also has the right to either do what their mama told them to do, which is to not hit a woman, or to knock the living goddamn shit out of your ass in return. So my motto is mama used to raise us up on don't start no shit, won't be no shit. And because you don't know who you hitting, you don't know what type of crazy motherfucker you about to lay your hands on. You don't know whether you about to lay your hands on somebody who actually was taught to beat everybody's ass, including the woman. You just don't know who the hell you striking. So it's in your best interest not to find out by keeping your damn hands to your damn self. It's the best thing to do in every God-given situation. But I want to go to Marvin. Hi, Marvin. Welcome to the platform.
SJ, bring your bitch ass up here then.
Haven't seen you in a minute, X-Files.
Oh, how you doing, man? I'm sorry, you know, I got a kid, so you know I've been.
It's cool.
I'll be working.
It's cool.
But I'm here now.
Yes.
And like, I want to say, Kevin, I agree with him somewhat, but I gotta keep it a buck, man.
Who's Kevin? Hold on. Oh, you agree with Kevin? Is that someone in the chat?
No, up in
that black ass profile pic. You can't bring your bitch ass up here, ho.
He's up in here.
Kevin here. Oh, Kevin here.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Go ahead.
I like agree with him to a certain degree, but man, hey, man, I live in the gutter, in the hood, up in LA, in the projects, and these black females are disrespectful. They're hella rude. They're very masculine, and they want to fight men. So I kind of agree with Monica at some point. I'm like, fuck. And they broke up their chest, and I'm like, damn. And old girl is out here throwing crap at me and shit. Like, what's going on here? And then, like, I have to resort to violence, and, like, I don't want to do that. And I have been up in those predicaments. So I want to say I agree with Monica. I do. If he is a man, keep your fucking hands to your motherfucking self. I don't understand. And then as soon as you hit them, and the police about to say, well, he had hit me. It's a man. I'm a woman, and like he weighed like 250 pounds, and like I'm like fuck. And then you about to go to jail.
Do you know a comment? I don't mean to interject, even though I'm the only one allowed to do that, thank God. But Marvin, do you remember this viral video? A few years ago, it was between a bus driver and a female rider, and the driver. Oh
yeah, but you're in trouble now. Yeah, I remember that.
I want to describe this for people who didn't get to see this. This female rider was doing the absolute most. I mean, she was being disruptive. She was cursing, using profanity. She kept walking up on the driver, being completely antagonistic. She spit on him. I mean, it was going down. Now, everybody else on the bus was just chilling this whole time, observing the madness. It wasn't until he stopped that. He put that bus in cruise control, got his ass up, and uppercutted her motherfucking ass, and then threw her ass out and off of the bus, and then everybody else got up in arms and started breaking them up and saying, "Oh, this is the woman, this is the woman." But nobody thought to inform that woman or to stop that woman when she was being provocative.
Bitch, I shoot you and your damn brother.
Hold on, Miss Monica, and no one also considered the fact that it was almost as if a man was expected to endure this abuse until the woman decides that she no longer wants to do the abusing. Did you
Yeah,
feel like that was a fair exchange,
yeah,
Marvin?
yes, I do. And like he lost his job too, and like he been up in the company for
He lost
years,
his
and like
job.
he lost his job, and I'm like, damn, what's
Wow.
going on here?
So
So
what
I
would you
think,
say? So what? So so for everybody on the panel, what is a man to do in a world that sometimes decides that the woman is the victim no matter what, even if she is the provoker, even if she's the antagonist? What is a man supposed to do if he is like in a situation like this? A woman in your workspace is
hey,
spitting on you, beating on you. You don't have the luxury of just going home per se, and then but you also can't afford to strike this woman. Like, is this fair to the women on the panel, including my trans women as well? Like, is mutual combat a fair thing?
Can I say something?
Yes. Who
Can
is
y'all
saying
hear me?
something?
All right.
Who is speaking?
It's Sweetness.
Oh, hey, Sweetness. And welcome
All
to the
right.
panel.
So, for that point that you just made, I'm from Philly, and I can be honest. We had the most disrespectful chicks out here. I'm one of them, but it's because it's like.
Hold on for 1 minute. Oh, hold on for 1 second, Sweetness. Can everybody please mute their phones? It's some crackling and crack. I think it's Monica. Oh, your phone, boo, is crackling. Okay, go ahead, Sweetness.
What I was going to say is like a lot of us women out here in Philly, we are called disrespectful. Okay. I honestly take it as a badge of honor because you have to match energy. And Philly dudes are mad aggressive. So when I'm telling you, I can't be sweet out here and be like, oh, okay, don't touch me. Oh, don't touch my butt. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Blah, 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 blah. You got to meet them where they are. But I will say, if I'm at that point where that bus, the bus rider with that stuff is crazy. So when I go all the way in, because I am a Scorpio, so when I'm all like sword and shield, I'm ready for war. So I'm ready for whatever you give me. So it's not a thing of abuse. At that point, it is a fight. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's a difference between a fight and abuse. If I'm in a relationship and you want to smack me because I burnt the salmon or something, now you're abusing me. But if I come to you with the smoke and I smack you and I'm downgrading you as a man and I'm calling you I don't want to mess up your life, but if I'm calling you a P and I'm saying like F you, you know what I'm saying? I want all the smoke. So that's a fight at that point. That's just my opinion.
Hold on, I would like to say something real quick.
Okay. Who's speaking?
It's me, Marvin.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I've been to freaking Philly, and it's poverty like as hell. And those women are hella fucking rough. And I was there for like 2 weeks, and I'm like, what the fuck? And what's going on here? It isn't no hope here. I can see it. This
it's
crap is bad. It like but Baltimore is like closed. I'm like, God damn.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Monica, I need you to keep your phone on mute literally until you speak because it's feedbacking like crazy. Go ahead, Marvin.
Yeah, but Philly is just bad. It's just
Philly is rough, but it's not bad.
It's bad. Nah. Ain't no houses out there. It's called a rover house or some shit. It's apartments.
You talking about a row house?
Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah,
that's not true.
Ain't no houses out there.
No, there are homes here. There's really
talking about pray for peace. Ain't no damn peace.
Made of neighborhoods.
Monica,
you know what? Like, who was you here with? Were you here with family or was you
friends? But we was out there for like 5 days, and like it is not no LA. That shit is not no
Well,
LA.
I never been to LA, but
LA
Marvin, if I
popping.
come out there, you can host me. But I'm just saying, like, it's not as bad as you think. It just depends on where you are and who you with. Just like every other city, like it's a tough town, but it's also a town that will support you once they know you. So being out here
But
5 days,
but Meek Mill, yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
But let's not make this a conversation around how
yeah. Facts.
Let's stick to the subject, please.
Yeah, I've been over there, and the women are quite disrespectful, and they initiate the problems. It isn't any other man. I saw like 5 altercations over there. I was like, fuck. And what's going on? It be the freaking women. You gotta watch out. You gotta watch them carefully. Because up in a club, man, they do not watch that dude. Watch that fucking female. Because ain't no telling what the heck that she about to do. You cause a fight. Oh, and that bitch is fucking looking at me like, what the fuck are you about to fight? This is uncivilized behavior. Like,
but that's because you might be dealing with low vibrational people. And like what I wanted to say earlier was like when you like getting it back to even like the trans community or in women, like that's what I was initially going to say. Like I never even really saw a beef between bio or cisgender women and transgender women in my life. Only because
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm talking about black females attacking black men, and they know that he cannot do shit. No. And they know that he cannot do shit, or else like he would be up in.
But if you're dealing with low vibrational people, that all right. So if you want me to talk
that's hard to find. Are you within the black?
Because
culture,
the thing is, where are you and who are you surrounding yourself with?
No. I surround my
I want us to surround. I want us to surround ourselves with the conversation around trans women and black women. We can talk about.
I was doing that.
Right.
Okay. Like,
so I'll let you call me up.
Bring it back in and relate it back to the trans women thing. Like, bring it back into frame. So, what point are you making, Marvin?
That black females will fight anybody, and they do not give a fuck. They're highly violent. Well, it isn't all, but it's most of them, and they're fucking masculine, and they don't give a fuck. So, and then as soon as you put your hands on them, and they turn back into a female, that shit crazy. I don't understand it. I'm like, hey, but you had your chest out and shit, and like, you really thought that you can beat my ass? I weigh 230 pounds.
I have a question,
what you
Marvin.
thought? Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, so I want you to elaborate. Like, what do you mean by too masculine?
Like aggressive, man, and they want to fight and shit.
So, wait, so women don't have the right or the liberty to be aggressive, especially in situations where it's needed, especially when we're already in a society where black women. Wait. Especially when we're in a society where black women are being murdered at alarming rates. Overall, where their bodies are being sold, black market, and all the different types of things. So I'm just trying to get an understanding where this whole thing.
Black men are oppressed more than black able women, bro. That's a fact. So
absolutely not.
So I'm not about to.
I never
being a black man is hard, than being a black able woman. That's a fact. I'm just saying.
Well, I think.
Hold on. See, now this is getting very interesting, but I literally don't want this conversation to deviate.
Okay, I got you. I'm sorry, Consciouztv.
But there's something interesting happening there. But while we're here, short segue, we are going to move it back to the topic at hand because we got to do that. But
yeah, I'm sorry.
Since you are a cis hetero black man, Marvin, what do you like? What makes you say that black men have been more oppressed than black women? Because
they're killed more. They are killed more. But when you're a black man, doors don't open up as much as a beautiful black But women, the doors open up, and plus, and you got OnlyFans and shit, bro. It's easier for a woman to get by up in life. It's way easier. Porno, her looks, OnlyFans, all types of shit. I'm just saying. So men have to actually know some shit. They have to actually know some shit. But like these Twitch girls and shit,
like
and they don't be knowing any games or any of that. As long as her ass is cute, niggas about to tune in and subscribe and just you give them bread, and it's a fact.
Cause low vibrational men.
That's so not true.
No, that's true. That's true.
But Marvin, hold on, y'all. But Marvin, do you realize that the world that women like where you believe women have the advantage is literally the result of patriarchy? Like, if as a woman you're going to reduce me to my beauty, to my pussy, to my shape, size, and you're going to make that my social equity, then you're going to feel oppressed when I'm able to rely just on that for the lifestyle that I want to live. Like, that's the world y'all created. Well,
CTV, can I say something to add on what you just said? This is sweetness. I just want to say, why do you think that prostitution is the world's oldest trade? Because he's complaining about the fact that men, heterosexual men, they lead with their penises. So how are you going to blame the prostitute that's sitting up there getting cake? If she figures out that men, like just why he was talking about Twitch and all this stuff, they don't have to be real gamers as long as they show their ass. Why wouldn't they do that if y'all going to buy it? Regardless if she's knowledgeable or not. So is that her fault or is that your fault? She's sitting up there in the bench while you sitting there in the studio.
Okay, well, they get it's the beta males. It don't be alphas. They niggas like me up.
So why, if you are you an alpha? Are you an alpha?
Yep.
So then why are you complaining about what betas do?
No, I think no. Because if a nigga is about to pay for a girl's bath, freaking water,
but why is that your business if you're an alpha?
That's bullshit.
Why is that a problem?
Can I say
that's fuck. That ain't problems. Goddamn.
If you're not, if you don't pay into it.
Can I say something really fast?
If you don't buy into it, why do you care?
No, I think it's bullshit. It's the fact that the man has to work harder. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to allow everybody to speak. You guys don't have to jump in. So just hold on. Sweetness and Marvin, finish up y'all mutual combat.
You think it's
I know you lying.
I don't want to say combat.
Marvin,
I think that if it doesn't apply, let it fly. So if you are so manly that you don't fall for the game, why do you care? If you got simps online paying, and they are gamers, right? They're male gamers because men are smart and everything like that. And if they're falling for the traps and you're smarter than them, why do you care?
Yeah, because I'm on Twitch. And
because you're paying too.
No. I have my own platform. I don't pay for shit. I got my own platform.
So why do you care? Are you getting your money?
It's just harder but for me to grow if that men are only
Let me tell you something.
I'm just saying.
There's a McDonald's. Did that stop Burger King? Did that stop Wendy's? They all sell burgers, right? So the only thing that means is that you gotta get your burger right. So why do you care what that chick is doing in the lingerie?
And they do. It's a competition, isn't it?
Well, then why
isn't it a competition? But Burger King cares about what a McDonald's do, a Taco Bell. Come on, man, it's a competition out here. Everybody knows they want their
she's sitting there in lingerie, but then get your burgers right.
Get your burgers right. Damn, I mean, if I know more information, than her, and like her ass is an airhead, and she's just dressed so bisexual and
you're
shit.
just jealous.
And she playing game. I'm not jealous. It's just that
I'm just saying. Okay, hold on. Y'all hold on. Y'all put a pin in that. Red Phoenix and then Reckless. Welcome to the panel, Red Phoenix, and then Crystal, of course, with Crystal.
Hey. Hi, y'all.
And Laura. Hi, Red Phoenix. Welcome to the panel, Bull. I don't know which part of this craziness you want to jump in at, but.
Well, first, I want to say I am very late, but I want to say I love you.
Thank you.
And I'm so happy I got it live.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to catch up on everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say Black women are the most people who are not protected for whatever reason. Whatever reason, we are not protected in any frame, and we do the most. And I know that there's some things that we do wrong. I'm not saying that because I'm hearing the conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some things that are not right, but we are so unprotected and we are so just left behind that sometimes we do things that are just not okay. So I'm hearing him say that women are on Twitch showing their behinds. Okay, but you know how long that lasts? A day or two. Once you show your butt, your butt's shown. I mean,
negative. But I'm about to rebuttal all of that shit.
Finish.
That's easy. I'll let you go. I'll let you talk. Don't worry about it.
Let me finish. But let me finish. I am y'all call it a cis woman. I'm a cis straight woman, and I listen to all gay men all day. My best friends are gay men. It doesn't matter because guess what? Their conversation is what it is. They're not showing their butts. And once they show their ding dongs, it's like 2 or 3 days and that's it. So if you have a good conversation and you have something that's relevant, it won't matter who's showing their boobs and their butt because guess what? You have something to talk about. It doesn't matter who is what. But it's so automatic to blame a woman for showing her assets. But at the same time, you're looking too. It's very sad.
Yo, but can I go or what?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Hold on. And after you go, we have to get back to because this is literally a whole.
Okay.
And like I said, I jumped in late, so I don't even know.
Yeah, it's cool.
We were talking about, hold on, before you go, Marvin.
Okay.
The topic is the tension between trans Black women and biological or cisgendered or natural born women. If there is real tension or not.
Let me speak on that.
Hold on. I'm gonna let Marvin rebuttal first, and then we can get officially back to.
Because I do have a talk. I do have a
okay.
About that.
Okay, hold on. Everybody who wants to respond to Marvin can do so after he triggers up the panel again, and then we can look back. Go ahead, Marvin. Trigger up the panel.
First of all, Black females don't need protection, and they tell Black men, "I don't need you, nigga. Fuck up out of here." If the Black woman really wanted protection, she would want to build a family. Have a nuclear family. They do not want that, and they want to have multiple baby daddies. So I disagree with that. Completely. But most of them make bad decisions. Facts. I don't care what nobody say. Make bad, and they cannot pick their man well. And we need to bring back arranged marriages, and that's a fact. And you guys have free will, individual thinking, and you are on your 4th baby daddy. How do you do it? No, I'm just saying. That's a lot of Black women.
Let me get it.
But
how about
the Black able women that have all of their kids by one man. I respect that.
Let me get them.
Can I say something to you, please?
I'm being double team. I don't like this. Oh my God.
I have one child who's going to be a doctor who gets straight A's, and me and her daddy are not together. He was not a good boyfriend, but he's an excellent father. And I know how to distinguish the two. A lot of people don't know how to do that, but guess what? I do. And I don't never ever say anything about the black men ever, because it is hard for a black man out here. It's very hard. It's difficult, but guess what? It's difficult for us too. So all we're asking for is for you to appreciate us the way we appreciate you, because a lot of black women want a black man, but the reason we go outside of black men is because you don't appreciate us for all that we do.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't care if that's the black, if a female date outside of their race. I do not care. I'm gonna keep it a buck, and you do that. I mean, I ain't losing no fucking sleep over that.
And I appreciate your standing.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's the thing is, the black female have this narrative on them, and they can't seem to stop it. I'm like, God damn.
And you must have grew up in some very bad projects.
You must have.
Nah. I moved out. I'm good now.
And
I got my own family. I got my own family. I'm good. No, I ain't carrying. It's just the truth. It's the reality that we live in. And like,
you know what I hope for you? I just hope one day you really meet a respectable black woman who can show you a difference. Because I'm not knocking what you're saying, and that's your reality. And that's
but
your
Red
reality
Phoenix,
right now.
like it won't matter.
And
like
that's very sad. And I hope you meet someone who will show you something different one day.
But Red Phoenix, like he already set in stone. Like I don't think there's going to take some black woman, some magical black woman, to get him out of his standpoint.
Wait, whoa! I love black women. Whoa! I ain't trying to get it. I have a black able woman, but you got a black girlfriend? I have a black girl. Yes, I do.
Oh,
I do.
Word.
I do. I swear to God, I got a kid and all that. I got a black girl. I don't hate black women at all. I ain't trying to put that. Don't put that narrative out there. Don't put that narrative out there, please.
You got a black kid?
Got an all black kid. I don't got no mixed breed.
I kind of agree with him, because it is a lot of females out here that got 4-5 baby daddies that that just really make us as black women look bad.
Girl, that's some typical hood girls.
Can I finish?
Hey, hold on.
Oh
Lord. We got order in the courthouse. I want to say, because I want Reckless to go, then Crystal, then Niecy. But Marvin, do you so what are you saying about black men? Because if black women got 4-5 baby daddies, then what the hell do black men have? I mean, it's like
hey. If a woman signs up to be a nigga fifth at the baby mama, bro, that's her fault. If these are critical decisions,
Marvin,
I'm just saying.
Marvin,
if a woman, I'm just saying.
Marvin,
I ever met a girl and she got like 4 kids. I'm not about to date her. What the fuck?
Marvin,
I know better.
Do you consider that the infamous sign that I don't need a nigga might come from the fact that niggas have stopped even bringing anything to the table for a woman to need?
Thank you.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I think that these black able women, and they want these hood niggas. They don't want these square nerd Yu-Gi-Oh playing niggas. Nah, they want the thug. I'm just saying, the nigga that got the marked up tattoos and shit, be out here hood and shit, man.
I want to get into that discussion. I want to get into this discussion, but I don't want to take away from the topic at hand. I'm sorry.
Well, can we have this discussion tomorrow?
We can definitely have this discussion tomorrow for sure. So let's just pause all of the cis black man drama. We'll have that drama-filled discussion tomorrow. Everybody here needs to come back for that discussion tomorrow night. And I'm letting y'all know these niggas definitely gonna trigger y'all to fuck up with all they Kevin Samuels manosphere shit. So just be prepared.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit, Consciouztv. You ain't shit, Michelle.
Well, he's giving us a few.
Marvin,
hello.
Marvin, are you going to be available tomorrow?
I gotta do the live stream for Jody Corner, so now I got a host
Of course,
at like
he
5
will.
a.m.
You're hosting
at
tomorrow.
5 p.m. Yeah, at 4 p.m.
When are you available?
Fuck. Probably Monday morning.
Tomorrow morning? Ooh.
Yeah.
Nah, I work.
I work.
See, I work every day. I'm a working citizen man. You know,
So
I
what,
work
like,
9 to 5.
What afternoon and night are you available during the week?
None, because I only get Monday and no. Thursday. I get Thursday. I got you Thursday.
I'm booking you for Thursday. But I need some contact information on you because you're probably gonna forget by the time Thursday comes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna email you.
You need to email me at Consciouztv at Gmail. Okay, so
are we gonna have it at 8 p.m.? Is that fine? That we do it at 8 p.m. Is that fine?
Thursday 8 p.m.
Or 9. It don't matter. You know, like
9 is fine. 8 to 9
Pacific.
is fine.
I'm Pacific.
Is it Eastern time?
Email. So, but Thursday, yes. Thursday is fine. All that is cool. So, get it. So everybody, just hold all your comments about that subject. We can't. We got to get back.
Mm-hmm.
But so to the question, Marvin, trans women and black men. I mean, not black men. Trans women and cis hetero black women. Do you have an opinion about whether there is tension there?
No, I don't think it's any tension at all. I believe that most black it's female ate them in their cause. So I don't think it's any tension like that. I don't think it is. Probably black males, yeah, but the women, nah. And they ate them, and I don't think it's any tension at all. But like that.
So to the women on the panel, because black trans women also are not necessarily making up their experiences with cis hetero black women. Like they're not imagining there being issues, just like I guess for cis black women, they're not imagining what they feel is disrespect from trans women. So we up here being kumbaya, but there is something that's happening that's being communicated as jealous, as envious, as patriarchal, as toxic femininity, as et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean,
can I speak on this, please?
Because
I'm sorry, this is Red Phoenix.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know. He probably is not listening. I do have a cousin who every summer he is a woman, and we found out accidentally because I seen him in the bar one day.
Cross dresser,
right? And I never care. You know what I mean? Because so what? If that's what you want to do, and that's who you are, God bless you. And he looked great, and he's so black with this lime green dress on. I was kind of hating a little bit because he looked so good. And then he turned around. I was like, oh, that's my cousin. Hey, he changed his whole name. I'm not going to say it because I don't know. But he looked great. I have no issue with trans women. The issue I have is, now I said I had no issue. The issue is they have an issue with us. Mm-hmm. And that's how I feel. It's always, I look better than you. I do this. I do that. Okay. That's fine.
Exactly.
But you're not a woman. And I say that in the most humble way I can. Because don't take away from what I am. I feel as though I can't say or do anything without hurting someone's feelings or I'm going against the LGBT or anything. Like, what happened to my rights as a regular woman? This period, like it's hard. Like, I'll give you one example. That man who just went on that swimming team, after he lost and he was like 4-4-1 on a man's swimming team, and the next day he went to the women's and he was first. That was not a transgender woman. That was a man in a goddamn wig. There is a difference. And I think once we realize what the difference is, I'm cool. But you still can't take my place. I'm still a woman. Let me be who I am. If you're prettier than me, there's a lot of regular women who might be prettier than me. If you're better than me, guess what? There's a lot of regular women too. And I have an issue with outing men. You say you're a woman, but you're outing men. I can't out no man because I'm a woman.
Well, hold on, Rick, because we had covered this a few lives back. So I think one of the confusions here is that even cisgendered women or natural born women don't know the difference between female and the social construct of woman. Do you know that there's a difference between female and woman?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that is where a lot of the issue lies, is that so why men have to be outed is because trans women are not identifying as female. They are identifying as woman, hence trans woman. And trans women are having a different experience of feminine energy. Okay, we kind of discussed this in the previous.
You know what? I have to disagree because
hold on. But
the men are playing them the same way they're playing us. They're just playing them.
Hold on for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
So there were some comments earlier saying that a wig and lashes and makeup and blush, etc., these effeminate aesthetics don't make one a woman. And then there were people saying a uterus and a womb, the chromosomes, etc., do. And what's funny is that natural born women also feel less, a lot of them feel less of a woman when they can't walk out the house in their makeup, when they can't put a certain level of length, don't have a certain length of hair, or have an A cup rather than a full bust size. There are lots of cis women who feel like not having those things also takes away from their femininity. So I think it's interesting that when it comes to trans women, cis women will denounce all of these aesthetics, but yet show up in all of these aesthetics because those aesthetics reinforce their own femininity.
But listen, you already said a cis woman.
Hold on. Let me just complete my sentence. I'm going to allow everyone to talk and get it out. Just afford me the same respect of at least completing the sentence. Because the people who are listening to this, not just the panel, the people who won't catch us in a replay. So I want people to hear each other's full, complete thought. So, and it also makes me forget what the hell I'm saying, just like I just did. But nonetheless, so the education around this whole woman is a social construct. We're going to do some educating right now before we go any further into this discussion, because we don't need to keep having a rhetorical dialogue. So let's just introduce the education right here. How doing? Give me a nasty thumbs up, you guys. If you're in the building, thumbs up. If you're new here, y'all know what to do. Okay, so this article is from psychologytoday.com. It's titled "Time to Move Beyond Gender is Socially Constructed." We often hear that gender is socially constructed, but what the fuck does it actually mean, and is it true? The popular idea that gender is socially constructed might be summed up as follows. There's a difference between sex and gender. Sex is biological, while gender is psychological, social, or cultural. A person's gender can be different from a person's sex. Gender is thus socially constructed in the sense that, unlike biological sex, gender is a product of society. If society determines what is masculine or feminine, then society can change what is considered masculine, feminine, or anything in between. No one needs to be locked into fixed gender categories. Any individual is free to identify their gender as they see fit. Although it is important, the concept of gender is imprecise one. Depending on how it is used, the concept of gender can be illuminating, clarifying, confusing, contradictory, or downright incoherent. To illustrate, let us begin by examining some typical definitions of the concepts of sex, gender, and gender identity. The American Psychological Association defines sex as a person's biological status, male and female, typically categorized as male, female, or intersex. Atypical combinations of features that usually distinguish male from female. It defines gender as the attitudes, feelings, and behaviors that's given culture associations with a person's biological sex. So we can stop there. So for me to clarify that further, your sex is your biology, male, female. Gender is the social construct, meaning, okay, now that your body is female, what is the culture we're going to assign to that body? That would be what y'all are calling womanhood. That would be your dresses, the colors associated, pink, yellow. It would be the roles, the gender roles y'all fulfill, the nurturer, the cook, the domesticated one. It would be all of those things that are assigned to woman's behavior. These are all social constructs. They have no substance in and of themselves. These are things that we associate and assign to the sexes. Same thing with male. You could be born male and then assign manhood. Manhood will go the same way. The activities, sports, roughhousing, building, architect-oriented jobs, factory jobs, being the provider, being a part of the warrior class, the colors associated with being male, blue, red, etc. Just all of that cultural shit. All of that shit is interchangeable. So what you have is trans women and trans men who don't have the biology, but they have the software. They perceive themselves as deeply feminine or deeply masculine, and then they go to assimilate to the culture assigned with the gender they feel is natural to them. Easy illustration of this is think about very butch lesbian women who have a lot of masculine energy. They don't want to wear the barrettes and the ponytails and stick their baby hairs down and wear the lace wigs like the pretty girls do. They assimilate to masculinity. So they in their Timbs, they in their baggy clothes, they in their oversized shirts. They a lot of times cut their hair low, have their fades, etc. They kick it with the boys. They at the bar playing pool. They with the niggas doing what they believe niggas do. Same thing with effeminate men. Okay, so one of the issues that seems to be is a lack of education around like this game of semantics, woman and female. Trans women are identifying as woman, not female. They know they're not biologically female. There was a discussion that happened in last night's or night before last panel, whenever the hell it was, where the easiest way I can make this comprehensible is that biological women have both the software and they have the hardware. Trans women only have the software. A discussion came up around the nature of the universe, because when we also look through Africa, pre-colonialism, pre-colonization, we saw that African indigenous people had more of a metaphysical view of masculinity and femininity. Our ancestors actually believed that there were souls that could vibrate masculine and feminine despite what bodies those souls occupied. So if you got non-binary people, trans people, or queer people, two-spirited people, eunuchs within that community, they had a philosophy and a interpretation of that allowed them to assume that the divinity of the soul could occupy any vehicle, regardless of whether that vehicle or that body aligned with the gender of that soul. So you have a lot of ideas around reincarnation. There are cultures and spiritualities who believe in reincarnation, that your soul can be born as something again, human, non-human, animal, plant, etc. There are lots of considerations for why trans people are experiencing themselves as trans. I know for me, one of the attitudes in the spiritual community is that trans women might have had a lot of prior incarnations as biological women. Because they spent a lot of incarnations as a biological woman, a lot of that experience is bleeding over, even though they've incarnated into this particular time space continuum in the body of a biological male. The same thing for trans men. Okay. Also, there's other ideals, because
can I ask you a question?
It could just go on. Yes, it
So
could just go on and on. Mm-hmm.
So is this like when people confuse race and religion?
What you mean, race and religion?
Like, you can be Jewish, but you're not a Jew. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like the same thing almost. Like, you're very smart. Like, you're making me think.
Well, it'll be so. A gender constructs also affect biological women, such as, for instance, Red. You might be biologically a female, right? But you may choose to be, but you may be a tomboy by nature. You also may not be into the girly, hyper feminine things, and you would be somebody disrupting the gender social construct, because women are expected, if they're born biologically female, to be preferably feminine, especially within a patriarchal society. The expectation is that you will want to be submissive, you will want to have long hair, you would want to be domesticated, that you would want a husband, that you would be willing to play second best to a man, that you are interested in marriage, that you're interested in children. So there are women who are biological women who don't want to be married, who don't want to have children. These women also experience their fair share of being witch hunted against, because they're disrupting that gender social construct, because that makes no sense in this current construct of femininity, that you would prefer to be hypersexual or prefer to only have sex with men rather than entertain long-term and committed relationships. Just like the strippers of the world, the thoughts of the world, the so-called hoes of the world are also disrupting Western gender constructs, because they're not operating according to what is defined as proper feminine behavior. So even cisgendered women can themselves be limited and can be judged based on the type of woman, because female is one thing, woman is another. You may be a woman who prefer low cut, you prefer to make the money, you prefer to live alone, you have a more aggressive attitude about life. You would get these hoes out of your way, get these niggas out of your way by any means necessary. You ain't taking no shit. You are outspoken, emboldened. They're gonna tell it like the fuck it is. You're not gonna lay down and take it. These things can disrupt the gender construct, because your biology only is your biology. What type of woman you are could be infinite across the spectrum, because all type of women exist. Women are not a monolith. There is no one same woman. You a different woman, Red, Phoenix from Nisi. Nisi is a different type of woman from Miss Miki. Miki is a different type of woman from Tosa. Tosa is a different type of woman from Jazzy. The same thing for me. I'm an androgynous queer black male. I'm breaking up gender constructs because I'm not the expected thuggy, barbaric, pants sagging, roughhousing ass, low cut having ass black male that's expected of me. I'm male biologically, but I'm my own person within that biology, because these constructs are subjective. They're not rooted in any substance. This is why you even have cisgender women who feel deeply insecure within this culture, because while they may be biological, as I stated before, because they don't have a voluptuous shape, they may feel I'm not as feminine because they can't produce children. They may feel less of a woman because they look a certain way or have broad shoulders or have masculine features. These things may make them feel a way because they're not living up to the expectation around the sex that's assigned a culture of gender. So I'm just trying to like break this all the way in so that we can understand. Like, trans women are not arguing that they're that they're biological women. They are just saying I'm a different type of woman. I don't have the hardware, no, but I have the software. I'm experiencing my soul as female. My soul.
Exactly.
When you look at me, yes, you see man, you see shoulders, you see big feet, you see you see man, but I'm experiencing myself as woman despite not having that hardware. Biological women simply have the convenience of having the hardware. Y'all not only identify as female, but y'all have all of what's associated with that. Y'all have the womb, y'all have the estrogen, y'all have the etc. But trans men and trans women are having the inward experience of the sex they feel.
May I ask a suggestion? For those of you that really want to know about gender and sex, there is a great video called The Gender Code, and it explains it's scientific. However, the explanation of gender and sex and how I believe I agree with Conscious when he said it. To me, it has always been a spiritual thing. If the soul never dies, then it can actually be close to the last incarnation, if you will. But for those of you that are kind of confused about gender and sex and how things kind of come together, I would suggest you watch that video. It's a great video. And I actually learned a lot by watching it.
Well, I just wanted to say, because the reason why I came up here, because I really wanted to talk about the transgender and the even the femme gay guys, and like why is so much hate off of it, and especially in the Black community, because I think that because there's no real respect for femininity or being a strong feminine entity in the Black community, the reason why they hate gay men that are femme, and especially trans women, is because if they don't respect the feminine, as we see, because we're the ones that get abused and murdered, the fact that they even have that type of tendency to be more feminine makes them hate them more, because it's almost like you born a man, why would you choose to be feminine? And especially for a trans,
it's a middle finger and a disrespect to patriarchy.
Yeah, they're disgusted, because it's like, you were born a man, why won't you just stay a man because you're in a good place? And the fact that you would, in their minds, choose to be feminine, it's like you are choosing the worst place. And I think that needs to be talked about more. And plus, the last time I was up here, if you don't remember, because it was like a month or two ago, I said, like, if we're both getting murdered, because I never, honestly, in my life, and I live in Philadelphia, and we have a really true gayborhood or whatever. I've never witnessed cis or biological woman versus a trans woman fight. I never saw that in my life.
Me neither.
So I don't even understand. You know what I'm saying? I never saw, because as a
one thing that hasn't been addressed.
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh no, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, I never saw it in my life, because let's be honest, for myself, I don't even accept the term female, because that's for a dog. I'm a woman. I was born a young lady. I became a lady, and then I developed into a woman. So if you're going to say you're a trans woman and you use that word, that's a strong word to me. But our journeys here are different. And just to keep it a buck, no disrespect intended, but when I went through my journey as being a young girl, and being in kindergarten, experiencing when you had the buds on your chest, like when your breast is about to grow, somebody nudge it hurts. Like, our journey to womanhood and a trans woman's journey to womanhood, two different journeys. Okay. So I don't. That's why I put in the comments, we're just two different entities. That's why I don't think that there's really like a battle, because to be honest, here in Philly, we like dudes that like transgender girls, they go there. Guys that want to meet bio girls, they go another place. It's not like everybody is just in the same place. And
how would you know that?
Reason for jealousy. Like with Miss Tulsa, she know where she was picking up her dudes from. I know where I was picking up my dudes from. Like, a lot of times it never intersected, even though it might be the same dude that went to both places. You understand what I'm saying? So it was no beef on the streets and all this stuff. Like, I think that's crazy to me. But go ahead, Reckless.
I'm gonna say this. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been like in the comments and stuff. But to clarify, just to clarify, keep in mind too, a lot of times too, when we have conversations like the sexuality, gender identity conversations, that's when the whole semantics becomes an important thing, as in woman or female. But 9 times out of 10, we're in regular conversations, woman is the main thing that gets used. But however, when we're referring to trans women, we obviously make it a distinctive difference, as in trans women, instead of just calling women just biological, whatever. Only time that happens is when we're actually having the real life conversations. Now, I do want to ask the panel this: all this cis hetero women on the panel, my question to you guys is, what can you say contributes to your womanhood besides your physical body?
My journey.
Pregnancy.
The journey.
I said besides your physical body.
Yeah, like anything around the womb and giving children and menstruals is a part of the biological.
No, I'm not even talking about that.
No, we mean having to cross your legs when you wear a dress. We mean having to go into a woman's bathroom. We mean the things that you have to go through. Okay.
I don't.
Okay, everybody go one at a time, because we can already see that every woman here also obviously has a different interpretation.
I think being a woman is just being a woman. Like it just is. And you can't explain it. You can't describe it.
Wait. It's funny that you say that. Hold on. Okay. Let me interject if I need to interject. Red Phoenix, you just literally walked into trans men and trans women's experience. You literally, you completely transcended all the social constructs, even the biology, and talked about there's just something that is. That is, whatever that is is exactly what trans men and trans women are experiencing.
And I never disagreed with that.
And we don't
I've never
disagree with that.
Yeah.
I
I just
had
want to make that
aunt.
clear, not for y'all, but for everybody else who's
No,
listening and going to
let me give you a quick story. My aunt worked for the project, and she was a whole dude. We didn't know what gay was growing up, so we just knew that was my aunt, and she was manly, like, you know what I mean. That's all we knew. We never knew anything different. That was our aunt, but she was still a man. You know what I mean? We didn't know what gay was until people start saying your aunt's gay. Then we had to start asking questions. But she was always that way. So I never looked at her any different. You know what I mean? I do believe that you can feel a certain way about yourself. I do believe that. So there is no distinction if you're a man or a woman if you feel that way. If you feel that way, I totally understand. But you can't take away from what I am born biologically.
Okay,
That's
so who?
what,
Hold on. I need to interject. Who? Because that keeps being said. What is being taken away? Like, I don't understand.
I had a very bad experience on Facebook with a few trans women. They just bombarded our little group, and they were saying so many things to us. And I was trying to listen. And get their viewpoints. But basically, they don't like cis women. They are going to replace us. They're better than us, and yada 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 yada. And I'm saying to them, if you want to be a trans woman, that's fine, but you can't replace a woman. You can't and this whole cis thing, I personally don't like it because I'm just a woman. I'm not a cisgender.
Okay, but you do know that that's exactly what cis means, Red Phoenix.
But I don't call people by different names.
Y'all really tripped me up.
Girl, I know you love.
Like,
well, no, you can explain it to me, and I wish you would. Thank you.
So, like, a lot of the stuff we went over in that 8-hour discussion as well. All cis means is that you are the same as your body. You identify as and with the body you're in. You are born woman, and you agree that you are a woman. That's all cis means. The same as. I am the same as my body. You were born a woman. You agree that you are a woman. These are more so scientific terms. So when people are saying this word, it is a word. It's a scientific term. There are scientific terms for all things that exist. Now, as layman's everyday people, we may not necessarily refer to or utilize scientific terminology, but this terminology is in those scientific literatures around gender, around sex, around orientation. It's not an offensive term. It doesn't take anything away. If anything, it's another term that affirms your female identity.
But I don't think I need another term if I'm born a woman and I'm presenting as a woman. I am.
Well,
a
you
woman.
don't have to use the term though. Like the term ain't like if you personally don't mind, like don't want to refer to yourself as cis, you don't have to. But when you are referring to yourself as natural born, you are referring to yourself as cis. When you are referring to yourself as biological, you are referring to yourself as cis. These are just synonymous terminology. It's just like, you ever heard of synonyms, a Red Phoenix? It's just a synonymous. It's just a synonymous term. But it seems that the issue here, because see, I believe that there's an underlying issue. Mm-hmm. There is some, no matter how kumbaya, some biological women are trying to be about the trans thing. There is something going on because it shows up around this terminology of cisgendered. It's something happens where it seems that women are like fighting to reject this word. They're fighting to not assign themselves this word. And that directly has something to do with the trans community. And I don't know why some women are not wanting to be honest about what really is what they're really experiencing.
Conscious mouth.
Can I interject something here? I don't think, I mean, as far as the kumbaya, it's just a matter of, meeting people where they are and loving people as people. But as, you know, a cis woman, you know, and again, I'm 52, so I'm learning new terminology every day. But as a cis woman, it has nothing to do with my transgender sister. You know, you are a woman, I am a woman, right? The struggle is real as women, but being born this way for 52 years, especially as a Black woman, and all the things we've had to fight and claw and struggle for, and now we finally feel like, oh, we've arrived. And now, really and truly, for a lot of people, you have to share that spotlight.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And so that's where, I mean,
hold on for 1 minute.
If you look at it, even like with the civil rights movement,
that way.
Hold on, Red and Miss Mika. I don't sorry to interject. Miss Gaines. I need you to understand that you live in the United States of America, and we all agree, certainly I do, that you in fact don't have to do anything. Matter of fact, it seems that you are the one who's really struggling in this conversation. So I also want you to know that your constitutional right affords you to click off this video. You are under the impression that we need something from you that we in fact do not. Nobody is making you do anything. Nobody is demanding that you do anything. You do not have to reflect back to us what you don't have to do, because no one is even talking to you anyway.
Gather her.
So if so you're clear about what you don't have to do, sis. Like, we're clear about it. So, like, if you are here to just be contentious, then it's okay for you to go to the hotel side of YouTube, to go to the manosphere side of YouTube, wherever they force really toxic, I don't give a fuck, and I'm not trying to learn and not interested in learning and not trying to make space for other people's sector is a YouTube. You can go and galvanize just there, because you also have the right to do just that. Okay? Like, you're fighting for something that you don't have to fight for, boo.
And tag me in.
Okay.
And that's the same sister that would encourage some violence.
And tag me in, because I've been looking at her comments for the longest. But here's the thing that gets me too, because I've been watching her for the longest, is that it's funny to me.
I don't want her blocked. Hold on. No, I don't want her blocked. I just want her to like since she's clear about what she don't have to do, I want her to remember she don't have to be here too. If she forgot that part about what she don't have to do.
And the thing I find very funny is that we're doing it for conversation purposes. And the thing about it as well is that when we start to have conversations about queer people, the number one question that we typically get is, why are you gay? And we're told to explain our experiences. So now I find it so funny that you're the one feeling so offended when I'm asking a question, because I want to be able to pick people's minds apart and being able to understand and actually on top of that, lead them to the question or to the answer that I'm trying to get them to realize that there are separate differences. Because here's the thing. Okay, so let me just actually be 100% real, because my tooth hurt. Here's the thing.
Okay, so hold on. Hold on. Miss Gaines says she's in a whole nother dimension with somebody else in the chat, and that she wasn't against the conversation. So if that wasn't for you, boo, no, my apologies. My apologies, because I'm catching shit in part as I'm leaning over, and I'm like, okay, so yeah, just okay.
I don't think that's transphobic.
I think the thing is, as well, is that the thing is, I think a lot of times too, that with heterosexual biological people, I guess they're coming through the lens of everybody's heterosexual and everybody's I'm gonna use it so y'all understand what I'm talking about, cisgender. That is not the case. As we all know, not everybody's heterosexual. That's why we have a wide variety of people with different sexual identities, sexual preferences, etc. And people are not only cisgendered, which is why transgender people do exist. I think that's the thing. I think once we actually get that distinction, a lot of other things will make more sense. Now, I will say this, and by the way, warning, trigger. If it does not apply, let it fly. I think another thing too, that when people get on here, not saying y'all, but in particular in the chat, and say things and don't really really at least try to push their thinking, and then wonder why when they actually get into a room where you actually start to talk to people that are very educated on a particular said subject, and then wonder why you sit up there and make an ass of yourself. And so it really is very interesting to me how a lot of times too, y'all, a lot of people are stuck on this, stuck on that, which is cool, but then be very confused and wonder why you don't know a lot of things and wonder why a lot of problems happen. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. Y'all can continue.
Thank you.
Well, can
I
I
want to
ask
say
one
this. I'm going to
question?
be
I'm
real.
sorry.
It is Black women in the community that give us a hard time. You know,
Right.
I had to take me a little nap, but now I'm up because I'm out here making.
Y'all done woke up the beast.
Oh yeah, it is. You know, and it's sad. Like going out. You know, I'm trans. I could be at the bar. I got my own money. I don't need nobody to buy me no drink. But just because a dude that came over, we got these chicks that
Yes.
it took all night to get dressed, and they feeling a certain type of way, and they want to tell your business.
Yes.
Stay in your
I can see
place.
that. I
Know
can
your
see that.
lane. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if that person they decided to meet there but they just not gonna hang out. I buy you a drink, but they may have planned to do that. So mind your business.
They
And if
always
you
think we
see
tricking
a
people.
trans woman out, it's not your business to go up to her and ask her, "Are you trans?" That's
Can I
not
ask
your
you a
business.
question? So if
Hold
a
on for a minute. Before you do that, mods, do me a favor and drop this motherfucking heathen off in the motherfucking river, okay? And
Please,
tell
y'all can
her
say
that My
that.
Little Pony sent they motherfucking ass to the bottom of the Mississippi River.
Thank
Mods, have
you.
at it. Airlift her motherfucking ass up out of here and put her ass off the
Yes,
motherfucking.
banish her from the
Okay, now go
kingdom for
ahead.
him.
So, to your point, Queen Tosa,
Mm-hmm.
what's interesting is that Hope Giselle, who is a trans activist, a Black trans activist,
Mm-hmm.
she spoke about a very interesting experience she had when her and another one of her good trans girlfriends went out. And they were sitting across, they had a table. And across from that table was a group of guys. And there was a group of girls sitting next to that group of guys. So this group of guys was sitting in between both women's
Both the girls. Mm-hmm.
tables. And the guys were showing a lot of love to the trans women, calling them beautiful, having conversation with them, paying the biological women no attention to the right of them.
Mm-hmm.
As the night progressed, the biological women, I guess, they started to really feel away. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Hope Giselle spoke about when she went to the bathroom or they got up to go to the bar, something had happened that gave the cis women some access to these men. There was an interim. And the biological women began to affirm to the men, now, y'all know these are like, those are T words. Like, those are
Men.
men.
Annie.
And luckily, the gentlemen were so clear and so non-transphobic that they put those women in their place real nicely put. And basically told them they really weren't concerned about their trans identity. Hope Giselle also left with one of those guys' members at the time. They had conversations, and she went on to talk about how she appreciated those men, but also began to highlight how dangerous cis or natural born Black women can be to trans women, because if those were a different set of guys, doing something like that could have literally put those trans women's lives in danger, in literal danger. Like, if those men were transphobic and did not know that they were or cared about whether her and her
The
girl
women knew.
were
Because
trans or biology, that could have set off an entirely different set of circumstances. And so a lot of Black trans women have made it their point to talk about how biological Black women go out of their way to out them, especially when it comes to men, to make sure that the men around who are gawking or who are attracted to them know that this is a T word, know that this is that there's this this intensity, this frustration, this hatred, or this disdain, or this fight for territory. Because before I let everybody jump in, I want to say this. I don't feel like heterosexual biological women hate trans women. I literally believe that Black women, when they do participate in toxic masculinity toward trans women, it's really because of patriarchy. I believe that Black women already are like Black women gonna fight with trans women over territory and space the way that Black women sometimes fight with other biological Black women about space.
Yes.
I listen to Black women. I come from a family of Black women. I was friends with Black women. I had the luxury a lot of times as a gay Black man
I'm so glad you said that.
of occupying Black women's spaces, being their personal journal, enduring their woes and their feelings about the world, about each other, etc. And there are lots of Black women who don't even like fucking with women's community because of all of the egotism, jealousy, backbiting that goes on, that some Black women feel goes on between other women. And so that also gets projected then, of course, onto trans women, where if I'm fighting with my biological sister about niggas because I feel like it's only one, like the ratio of good men to one Black woman is that weak, then hell, of course I'm gonna fight with your ass as my trans sister as well. Like, it's not really about your trans identity, but it's about me needing more autonomy also under a white patriarchal construct that's reducing Black women, that's othering Black women, and where Black women are also starving and craving disproportionately for Black male love, Black male acceptance, Black male security. And so there is just this it becomes that whole idea of we're now fighting each other because we've been convinced due to the circumstances that we are each other's enemies when we aren't, but we think we are. And sometimes we take out a lack of resources on one another because we think each other is responsible for why I don't got it. I think you're responsible for why I'm not pretty. I think you're responsible for why I haven't gotten a husband yet. I think I take that out on my neighbor. So you have a lot of in-house fighting when it comes to the Black community at large, and the gay Black male community ain't no fucking better. We fight it out, drag it out. I mean, it's just as territorial and ugly. I don't fuck with a lot of other gay men personally. I rally for my community, but on a personal note, I only have about 3 or 4 close gay friends. My circle is filled with heterosexual men and women. I do not bother with interpersonal relationships with other Black queer men for the same reasons that a lot of women don't like fucking with other women. But somebody can sound off.
Okay,
That's
so
really.
I wanted to just go real quick. Speaking of being in an uncomfortable position, so it was one night I was at the club with one of my cousins, and I had told her, just on GP, like, I used to fuck with him, just in case, I used to fuck with him. Like, this bitch went behind my back. I guess I had went off to the bathroom. She went and told the dude, and he just told me this maybe like earlier this year. He was like, yeah, he be like, you run your mouth too much. I'm like, what you talking about? He told me, yeah, your cousin, she told me that night when I had seen y'all. And I'm like, he could have fucking killed me, went out fighting at me just to prove a point, just to prove that he, his reputation.
That's why I don't say shit.
Can I
Can I
ask you a
just say
question?
something?
You find on your own time, baby.
I just want to say something real quick. I just want to say, like, even with your scenario, CTV that you just presented, this is my thing. Because, like, me living in West Philly for so long, that has a really great LGBTIA everything community. If you have women that's sitting there and they can tell that they're trans, more than likely those guys that were sitting there at that table in your in your example, they knew that they were trans too. Some men are trans attracted, and
A
that's
lot
on
of men are
period.
trans
Because
attracted.
there's no way in the world that I'm sitting here and I can tell it is trans, but you mean to tell me that the guys that engage, they can't tell they trans?
But why
They
does
know
that
what's going
matter?
on.
Why
It's
does
no
that
reason
matter
to.
Can
though?
I give an
There's no
example
reason to
of something
explain.
that I seen? I got a cousin who you know, she had invited some friends in from out of town, and she invited, you know, a couple of her friends, you know, got a section at the club, and she let her, you know, people from out of town know, like off the jump, hey, you know, these two right here are trans, like just to let them know, like not even to go that way, you know, to kind of like give them a heads up basically.
No,
And it's
no.
crazy, like when y'all say that, that's all I'm thinking about, like, cause I mean, I don't know, it's not their fault, but if them men were
And
crazy,
that's my
they,
question. When did you
because
say like
but that's what I was gonna say. She felt like she was helping her homeboys out at the same time, because if they would have
She was
got
helping them
drunk
but
and went back
hindering the
home with
girls.
these people, and some popped off because they thinking that they're this way and they not. You know, she was just like, I'ma just, you know, nip that in the
But
bud now.
some men want to
But see, that
trans.
don't even. That's not even. I mean, it really is welcome to the sisterhood. You feel me? Because whether you were trans or whether I'm telling old boy, hey, you gotta watch out for old girl because she burning. It's this. It's kind of the same thing. It has nothing to do with you being a
yes?
trans and I'm not. It's
Right.
just women are catty as hell. So as a woman, you got to know women are catty. And that's part of the experience.
So
I
let
don't
me
mess
ask
with
you
a
this:
lot
I
of
do
was
you
these
making
want
men.
to tell
love.
the
Like
man that you
Conscious said,
burning, or do you want the
I deal with
homegirl
most of
to?
these
Yeah,
men.
hold on.
You know, if you being messy, you being messy. I don't think it has anything to do with whether that group is trans, because you could have been a group of cis women, and if something wrong with you and you feel like there's a competition, you got to try to get rid of the competition.
Because the reality was, to
Uh-uh.
your point, Miss Mickey, those trans women were fucking slayed. They were slayed. They were
And
gorgeous.
that's what these girls I'm talking
I
about. They
learned a
got the
lot.
breast done. They got the BBL. You can't even tell.
I learned how to make from a trans woman, so I ain't fronting.
Hold on, everyone. Like, they were slayed and they were gorgeous. And so, while I do understand that it is far more dangerous for cisgendered women to be outing trans women, even if it's not with the intent of wanting to see them harm, but nonetheless, that's still what is being done out of pettiness and jealousy. That's why I said earlier that I do believe that Black women are just being catty and bitchy toward Black trans women. It's the same bitchiness and cattiness that they lend to one another, because
Exactly.
women fight as and once again, I blame it on patriarchy, because patriarchy has just done a number on women's community. It has women all been out of shape and insecure within themselves, tells them who to be, how to act, and what will get them chosen, has them assimilating just to have the emotional luxury of a man, the emotional presence of a man, the sexual gratification of a man. Like, it's too many other people in control of woman's narrative. And then, even though we designed this crazy ass system for women to exist in, a very contradictory system, one that's stop and go, hot and cold, we then blame women for 100% of their own fucking issues, which I think is just a total injustice, because you can't mutilate a community over and over and over with contradictory stimulation, contradictory philosophy, contradictory idealism, and then also expect women to be a cohesive community and to keep that shit all together. It's just not going to work that way. And this is why Black men have to take responsibility for reinforcing white patriarchal construct. And even speaking to like why Black women are the most abused and rampaged and destroyed, it's because Black women are the most empathetic out of all other human beings on this fucking planet. And something that's universal to being an empath is you are the most understood, you are the most overworked, you are the most undervalued, but you're the person who is contributing and giving the most. And that's never being reciprocated in the community that you're serving. Like the Black women's community is a whole entire community of empathic individuals. And empathic people live very hard lives because they're coming in to do a disproportionate work. They're coming in to pour more out than they get back. And we have a lot of empathic people who don't understand that they're even empathic. So their life just feels fucked up and like a curse, and they don't understand the dynamics of their existence. Now we're in a position as a society to give Black women what they need and what they want. But one of the issues with that is there's also something really warped that's happening to Black men's fucking community. And so trying to appeal to Black men at this point, we are speaking to the pain body of Black men. That's why they can't hear the cries and the woes of Black trans women. They can't hear the cries and the woes of Black queer men. They can't hear the cries and the woes of Black natural born heterosexual women because they're stuck in their own narcissism, which they're using to survive white male patriarchy. They're using what is now narcissism as a survival tactic. That's why talking to cisgendered heterosexual Black men is like talking to a fucking brick wall. They don't hear you. They can only perceive their own needs and only tell you to get in line where you need to for their own comfortability. That's why they're in an extreme self-serving mode right now, because unfortunately, the Black community at large is the narcissistically groomed children of white patriarchal narcissistic ass parents. There is a narcissism issue within the Black community. This is why our parenting is really crazy. We perform this narcissism on our children. It's our way or the motherfucking highway. You don't get a voice. Your experience doesn't matter. You do what the fuck I tell you. You move when the fuck I tell you. We reduce our Black youth experience. We tell them that they need to man the fuck up, that we had it better. I mean, that we had it worse. Suck it up. They have more than what, like, there's no listening ability. It's fucked up. The Black community is fucked up from the inside out at this point. We weren't always this way, but we have not successfully survived white patriarchy, and now our consciousness is collapsing under it. There was a point in time where Black people largely were resurrecting themselves no matter what white patriarchy did. We kept finding a way to rise up, be dignified, but because white male patriarchy hasn't lifted its foot off the Black community hasn't been able to fully fucking kill itself because we've never stopped being wounded. So of course all this shit is generational. Black women's community is fucked up unto one another. Black women treat Black men better than they treat Black women. Black men's community is fucked up because all Black men are interested in is protecting each other and not anybody else. The Black queer community is fucked up because there never was enough space for any of us to exist. So we're still fighting each other on space and access and a sense of self. The whole shit, no matter whether you look to the east of the Black community, the west of the Black community, the north of the Black community, the south of the Black community, you can see the profound and explicit effects of white patriarchal capitalism, a slave mentality, intergenerationally transferred, sucking the life out of all Black people, no matter what community they come from, whether it's Black trans, Black queer, Black cisgendered, Black women's, Black men's. This shit is cancerous, and it's eating up all of the fucking Black community.
It is.
So to some woke people's comments in the section who were saying that we are so not each other's enemies, it's so fucking true. But we are under this belief that we are. We've made each other the author of the confusion. We've made each other the point, and maybe because we don't have we don't have enough access and enough political or social economic power to really take our frustrations out on mayonnaise America. Therefore, we take it out on Black America because we got access to one another. You can feel the theory of my wrath and my indifference or my hatred and my frustration. And then you have people, and so now you got Black people surviving the Black community.
That's right. Conscious, would you please address? There's a commenter in the chat. I think his or her handle is "Stop Eating Meat or Die." He's been putting up the same comment regarding gender dysphoria, and I just like.
I was intentionally overlooking that whole. But I can make his comment up. Let me find it.
But also as well, that just so you guys know, that's the same person we kicked out. Because the same person that we kicked out was putting the same thing up. He kind of switched on himself when they put their comments up.
Hold on. The person was up here?
No, talking about the one you was like, take them out because they said My Little Pony.
Yeah. I don't even see their comment. They probably got blocked. I'm in my stream, I can't see the comment from my stream. Oh, I see it.
Can I ask one thing?
Yes.
I just want to say one thing.
I'll wait.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing, because I'm doing my homework tonight trying to graduate. So I just wanted to jump on. And I do want to say, Consciouztv, I love your platform. I've been watching you since the whole Tasha K debacle. So I'm a newbie. But I love how long your content is. It's just, I can listen to. I love listening to conversations. I feel like that's how, my thought is deepened and I'm able to share this with others, you know what I mean? So I did want to mention the underlying issue, and I feel like you hit it on the nail with the competition piece. I feel like it's just competition. That's the issue. But it's competition with everyone when it comes to a Black woman. It's competition with white women. Why are white women taking our men? It's competition with gay men. Why are gay men taking our men? And it's just a competition that's laced within the community, but that's competition has been there since slavery. Who's on the field? Who's in the house? And it's us comparing each other's struggles. I have it worse than you. No, I have it worse than you. It's who wants to have the worst struggle? But that's how we really play this. Who has it the worst? And then when you add it on to another intersectionality, because being a Black woman is a whole different thing than being a Black woman who is part of the LGBT community, and then being a Black trans woman. It's just who has it worse. Oh, you do not understand me. Oh, no one wants to understand. No one wants to hear each other talk. No one wants to do anything. And that's why I was kind of getting upset with I know y'all love Monica. I was upset with her because she was interrupting people. It's almost how does she learn? We can be angry. We can be angry. We can be mad at the world. But when do we actually sit down, listen, have conversations that are productive to actually make change? The issues that are against the Black community are the issues that are laced within legislation. You know what I mean? So it's these things are written explicitly in law. You know what I mean? It's especially in the states that are red, right? But it's we're yelling at each other. Oh, I have it worse than you. I have it worse than you. But nobody actually doing the real work. We just yelling at each other, saying we're mad at each other. And then one other thing, and then I'm done. It's really about education at the end of the day. I feel like the first thing you can do is be educated about an issue. Now, will you know everything about anything? I mean, no. We learn things every day, but we have to be willing to learn. Same thing with the cisgender comment. No disrespect to Red Phoenix, but it's you've learned something new today. Cisgender is the same thing as woman. You know what I mean? Yeah. We have to be able to learn in order to progress. Especially with the way things are going. It's different times. Even with my mother, she's older. She has trouble adopting, certain concepts and certain topics. You know what I mean? But she's willing to learn. As long as we're all willing to learn and willing to listen to each other, we're able to have productive, strategic conversations that can help us move forward, the Black community will always, it's almost like a hopeless situation. It's like the Black community always want to fight against each other, but we need to be fighting against the person that really matters. We need to get into those spaces, change those laws. We need to not vote Democrat and vote Republican. We need to vote who's best for us as Black people. We got as an agenda, you know what I mean? But until we can do that, it's almost like SOL. We low key kind of doomed, you know what I mean? And one more topic, I know I see Reckless. Sorry. I've never been in a fight in my life. I've never fought in my life, and you know, that's just me. I've never been in a fight. I had one person try to fight me in high school. All the whole class was like, "You about to fight Imani? You about to fight me?" And that could be multiple reasons. You know, I was a goody tissues, but I don't understand violence all the time just because I choose peace. I've been in a toxic relationship in the past, and I told myself I would never go through that again. So it's also like with these Black women, it's like an awareness. Like when you go through this trauma, same thing with trans women, like when you go through this trauma, what do you do with that? Like what lessons do you learn from that? Where do you move forward? Yeah, we can't be stuck in the trauma. Like we really need to heal, and healing is an ongoing process. So at the end of the day, it's about education one and morality two.
So that's a real question, Amani. Like, how do you think that Black people can heal, especially in the same environment that keeps making us all sick? Because it is possible, but that is literally one hell of a task to attempt to heal up in a system that is hell bent on re-injuring.
So you know, like I'm a break it down. You know how there's a Chinatown in every city. There's a Mexican part, like there's a Latino community. We are stuck on the capitalistic ways of this country. We do not believe in community as a Black community. You know what I mean? When it comes to every other ethnic group, they're able to come together and create a, you know, do what they need to do, come together and get all their money together and build a whole Chinatown. We're in the middle of the bigger, you know what I mean? And we've had that. We had a Black Wall Street. You know what I mean? I'm in Vegas right now. We had a Black-owned casino called the Moulin Rouge. You know what I mean? And every time we're bombed, we give up. You know what I mean? That just is what it is. Every time we get attacked, we give up. But we need to honestly just strategically come back at the game better. Another way where we can like.
So what do you hold on, Monty?
Yeah.
So to that point, because no one people, regardless of how much fighting needs to take place, can really fight effectively also without rest. Like, I think it's also rational for people to eventually become discouraged, because that's just what's going to happen when all of your efforts keep being smashed and being smashed and being smashed and being smashed again. Now, I know you've spoken about legislation, Black Wall Street. We had a whole panel a few days ago about that. I'm more on the, I'm going to spell the word, I'm more at this point on the more RADICAL side of it, where I just don't know how I feel about how powerful voting is. I don't even know how powerful I feel about even putting Black and brown people in certain positions, because there's so much anti-Blackness and coonery going on that either you have to tap dance for massa to be in massa's position, which makes you not really effective for the community, or if you are powerful and galvanize the community, you will be assassinated, you will be scandalized in a way that reduce any opportunity you have to really even make a damn difference. So I'm just like,
you don't have to be
Omarosa, the Obama administration, like, We've seen them all come and go at this point.
He was
I
fighting.
feel like people. It's about who's equity minded. It's not about who's black, who's white, who's like. It's not about having a brown person represent what you want to. It's a game. This is a game. You might have to talk that game. You know what I mean, to a white person that can fulfill what the black people want to get done. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. It's about us coming together as a community, whether that's in DC, like let's say all the black folks come together in DC, a caucus, the black caucus comes together in DC, come up with some demands and get it done in DC, and then they successfully get it done in DC through a white candidate or someone who, or even a black candidate, whoever's equity minded. It's not about the color of your skin. It's about, will these people get it done? Like, will they hold their part of the deal? And what would we do if they do not hold their part of the deal? We base it off. It's like same thing as gender. It's a binary. Same thing with politics. Is Republican or Democratic? You know what I mean? Is white or black? It's just binary every time. It's right or wrong. You know what I mean? No, it's about what's right for us at that moment. You know what I mean? Like, voting could be very powerful if we do it correctly. You just don't go to the ballot and you vote. You just don't protest. Who's sitting at the table having these conversations? We need more representation. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is a rally that I'm rallying up people to make change, but we need more black educators. We need more black doctors. We need us in every space. We need more black cops. Yes, I said it. We need to infiltrate the system that they infiltrated, that they keep infiltrating. So it's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's about what are we doing as a community. And we're not doing anything as a community, especially, like, you can talk about, like, your own city. The black communities can be competing against each other. You know what I mean? Like, who's doing this, who's doing that? Where's the collaboration? You know what I mean? Where's the collaboration? You can reach more space when you collaborate, but we haven't gotten that. We don't. It's not clicking for us.
It goes back.
I feel like a lot of the positive stuff black folks have going on gets overlooked. The only thing gets focused on is the negativity that goes on in the black community. Because here in Atlanta, we got two different Wall Streets, basically. Like, it's like a whole mall. It's nothing but black-owned businesses. Like, but that ain't nobody talking about that. But they'll talk about a shootout or something that happened. It's like the good stuff we do gets overlooked too much. Also, I just want to
you know what I feel.
In Philly
I
too.
feel like segregation really hurt us.
Yes,
when we were segregated, and people, and I know I stand alone, but when we were on our own and not trying to mix with everybody, we did our own thing, and it might have not been the best, but we were doing ourselves, and we were trying to uplift each other. Once we started mixing everybody, things just started messing up, and it really did. And people won't agree with me, and I know that, but I'm in my 40s, and I don't care. But it really, I noticed the difference from my little years to my older years. When we were segregated and we were just going to black schools and we just had black people, we knew the people. We knew who was what. We knew who was this. And they were doing things. Once everybody started to try to be somebody else, things changed. And I don't think it was for the good. I don't. That's when mom, like, it just wasn't good.
Yeah, too many black folks trying to be so cool and kumbaya with the white people. Like, these folks not for us. They never will be. It don't matter who we vote in. I don't think it don't matter. I think it don't matter who we vote in, who the president, who the senator, who the vice president, who the mayor, who the governor. It don't matter who is anywhere. Like, these folks do not fuck with us, period. And it's like we keep coming up with these ideas, but every time somebody do it, we still back at square one. Like, clearly that's not
at that point. We can't mix in our circle because they're going to throw us under the bus the minute that something.
Yeah, because Chinatown don't do that. The Indians don't do that. We the only ones that want the white folks to fuck with us. Like, we the only ones that feel like the white folks got to do this and do this for us. for us to win. We don't need them people.
Those
That's the thing.
communities that have succeeded in this country see the bigger picture. They
Right, that's what I'm saying.
like
They're not trying to be kumbaya with the white folks.
they
They
might
just do their
fight
own
like
thing.
cats and dogs, but in the end, they see the bigger picture. When Jews came here, they were discriminated against. They pulled themselves together in their communities together.
Right. Right.
Even the
We knew who
Africans,
everybody
even
was.
the Africans that come here. Yeah, they come together. They make their little
African
towns. They all
communities.
move in one area.
My
It be
beef
10
with
of them
some
in
of the
one house.
African communities
Who?
is that they don't want
They don't play.
fuck with the black community because they come with this attitude
And because
that
all of them have inherited blackness and white patriarchal capitalism themselves.
There was just a thing on YouTube about that, how we are the same but different, and how they are. They feel they're over us and everything. It was a very, very good YouTube video.
Some of them are, because like they said, we don't have a language, we don't have a culture. Our culture is the American culture. That definitely makes them better than us. We lost. We are lost people.
That's not really true.
Well, I tell them all the time.
That's why I'm saying that's why we so mixed up and so lost now. That's why we can't never get together, because we are trying to feed off of a culture that was never ours.
The only nation, the only country in Africa that has never been colonized is Ethiopia. Every last one of those other nations have been colonized and taken on the ways of their colonizers. They may have their own tongues, but they predominantly will speak English because the colonizers have been there. They have invested there. They are sucking up everything they can out of the land.
So let me ask you a question. So, and I ain't trying to offend nobody. So please, put that out there.
But they're going through something.
I meet many Nigerians, and they feel they're better than me.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a lot of us that feel like we better than them.
That's
what a lot of Americans think.
I have an even more important question. How do y'all feel about a country that more interested in giving another group of people $33 billion and can't even begin a real conversation around reparations?
That's what I'm saying. Why is we even trying to vote here, vote there? We don't need to be voting for none of them. We don't even need to be at the polls. Let them people fight for the people that's doing something for them. Them people not doing nothing for us.
I did not vote for Biden. I just voted against Trump. That was it. Like,
man, they were gonna put whoever they wanted in there.
But I don't
it could have been a yellow hamster. I'd have voted for the yellow hamster. I just didn't want him no more.
I don't even understand why black people.
This is the type of shit that black people. This is the type of shit that when I talk about like black people, like the West for black Americans is like living in a sunken place because
yes,
literally are forced to endure the abandonment over and over and over and over again. We wake up as an abandoned people and constantly bear witness to America prioritizing every other issue with every other group in every other part of the world, rather than these black and brown people here who are definitely owed 400 plus years of X, Y, and Z, and there's no asking, there's no conversation, there's nothing being done.
Protest,
there's nothing to be done about the plight, the social, emotional, spiritual, physical, social, economic issues surrounding black and brown people. We are on our fucking own.
Like,
but
when
that's
they
what I
always
was just
say
trying to
this
say.
was the
Like,
worst
why are we
massacre
still
in America?
ourselves?
And I'm like, how is this the worst massacre in America when there was slavery? Like, how is this the worst massacre? And not trying to offend nobody again. When they talk about Jewish people every day, you cannot go against a Jewish person and say anything about what they went through, and you'll get crucified. But as soon as you say, I want to stand up for my slavery and what happened to me, oh, get over it. Get over it. Well, do you get over yours too?
Everybody else can be rescued by
until I told him, when you get over the Holocaust, then we'll get over slavery.
But even
they
with
don't
the
hear
conversation
that
that y'all just
conversation.
had, like when y'all were just talking about like all these different cultures and like how they were able to do this and how they were able to do that, like what a lot of people don't understand about the African American experience is that it is unique. So I'm not
Right. They
saying
look at us like
yeah,
y'all been here.
well,
Y'all
but
still
what I'm
broke.
saying is that we can. What I'm saying is that we can, and we have everything in our bodies to do. But when we start getting the conversations of comparing like any other culture that got here, we are unique in the world culture. And even the stuff that we've established, even though it's not the greatest, it's not the best story ever told, but it's not the worst, because we have to understand ourselves and our history, and we have to be proud of who we are and what we came up from, because we came up from the dirt and we created culture. Like we are American culture. You understand what I'm saying? And even though we might not feel, because we walk around in our neighborhoods and we see the dirt, we see the grime, we see the hustlers, we see the prostitutes, but at the end of the day, there are still Black doctors. There are business owners. There are people that have achieved a lot, and we can't discount ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Even though it looks different, because a lot of people stay quiet. If it wasn't for our blood, our sweat, our tears, a lot of people wouldn't even be here or allowed to be here. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of things to be proud of as a Black American. If I had a chance to die and choose who I came back again, I will always choose to be Black again.
Amen.
That's how proud I am of everything we've accomplished.
Amen.
Period. And I don't care what everybody else are able to do. We all know it's different for us here. But look at how much we have done and established. We are America when you look around the world and what they repeat and step and repeat. They're looking at us.
Yes.
Period.
And
out
I
of the
traveled
dirt.
the world, and I know
From
that
slaves
to be
to icons. Period. We tell our story.
That's right.
So
And
don't
you
do
know,
that.
I love being Black too. You know, I hold it down. You know, as far as like my sorority and my involvement on campus for Black folks, I very much have a Black agenda, and that's the reason why I work in education. You know what I mean?
What
Like, so
sorority
I'm
are you
here.
a part of?
I'm a Delta. Yes, I'm a Delta.
Ooh.
So
Ooh-wee.
I get the social action.
So
You know
you
what
know
I mean?
all the history.
Yes, I love
Make that
our
a
history.
t-shirt. See?
Yeah, I love our history. But you know, the question was why we fighting against each other. You know, I love our
Because you know, if you know yourself and you know Black history, you know why. Now, can we get further and further? That's what we are here for. It's, to me, it's about high vibration versus low, and that's period. You're going to have people that want to stick to the bottom because the bottom feel comfortable, even though they're comfortable in their misery. You feel what I'm saying? But we keep climbing. Like, I have a corporate situation and I have a business, and I'm building my business. You have a dream. Everybody on this panel is doing something. So it's not always about being enough Jeff Bezos, but maybe you have somebody looking at you that's going to take it further. My daughter has no student loans. She's an IT person. Like, she's making 6 figures. I only wanted to push her further than me. You understand what I'm saying? I always wanted her to make it better than me. And as long as we keep pushing each other or whatever, it's already done. We don't have to compare ourselves to nobody, because everybody compares themselves to us.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And
why are we looking at other people when they all looking at us?
Yeah,
okay, so
I think that was like
The
an
jealousy.
issue with Nikita Dragon when Nikita I don't know if y'all remember that. I guess
Yeah, I remember her.
She's a trans woman. So I feel like going back to the topic and us comparing, I feel like that was another issue. Is like I was saying it in the chat, was the credit. You know what I mean? Like, who gets the credit? And I feel like Black women, maybe upset because trans women is taking credit for certain things. You know what I'm saying? And
you know what my mommy said to me?
Black women is saying, "Oh no, that's what it's coming from us." So it's just a whole other competition situation.
No, but Imani, my mommy said that she was like, I don't even know why Black women are mad right now. Obviously, like we are getting our credit because they all being us. That's how my mommy took it. My mom was born in 1953. She looked at the world right now. She looked at the Kardashians. She's like, this is our credit. Because they all walking around and talking and they want to be us so bad. Like, that's your credit. That's all the credit you're going to get. And you know what we do as Black women? We take it further. We take it, we make them like we move the goalposts.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. You correct.
Because we too fly. Yeah. We always been fly. So why stop now?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they can never catch up with us because they not us. What's the argument?
But that's
when will we embrace us?
We are.
We came on this panel because we were talking about the
issue between
trans Black women.
Yeah, and I had a question.
Yeah, because I never seen that either.
And I for one, I got emotional at the beginning of it because I simply have gotten so angry with how trans women and trans men are treated, gay people are treated, people that don't conform to what the system says we should be. It sickens me to hear about the dehumanization of trans men and trans women, particularly Black trans. I don't know about no white trans women because I don't hang out with them.
Mm-hmm.
I want, we can have all the conversations in the world. We must come to a point where we get some resolution to the issues that have fractured our community so very much.
But Jazzy,
Wait, you want to know the answer to that?
Us doing it to them?
Sure.
I don't.
What's the answer to that?
The answer to that is that we have to make a conscious decision to drop all of them ideologies and pathologies that we have been conceiving.
Yes.
As in when it comes to anti-Blackness, as in when it comes on to homophobia, transphobia, misogyny. That's the main reason why we can't come together, is because as soon as we have somebody that's qualified, who has the resume, but however, I'm not having no, excuse my language, strong language, finna use the trigger warning, I'm not having no Black bitch lead me. Or I'm a man, I must lead, I must this. But however, the resume tells you and shows you that this person is qualified and have the ability to be able to lead. And as well, I'm not going to have no F word leave me, or no T word lead me, or I'm not going to have no nigga lead me. Like that's the problem, because we're holding on to these ideas, not saying anybody on the panel, but we're holding on to ideas and that does not serve us. Like, and plus I'm going to keep saying this, we keep talking about us being pro-Black, but yet we're holding on to white literature. And when I say white literature, I don't only mean the Bible, but this particular version of the Bible. That is the issue. This particular version that promotes patriarchy, toxic patriarchy, that dehumanizes women, dehumanizes Black men, that dehumanizes everybody. But we hold on to that, and then we wonder why we cannot come together and have a decent conversation. We wonder why we can't come together, even talk about, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this, because keep in mind too, there are people out there doing it, but however, we just don't support it. And I'm gonna say this for the longest. When it comes to the whole integration thing, I'm just gonna be honest. This is the way I'm looking at it. As y'all follow me, this is a thought. This is a thought that's processing it in the moment. I'm gonna be like, I completely understand what people say integration was a bad thing. I'm gonna say this. I think it was a process, as in when we first started getting into schools and stuff, they gave us the shitty stuff. They gave us the stuff that didn't really have any value. Our education wasn't as good as theirs and stuff. But I believe integrating was just one step to show ourselves and them that if we're given the same resources and the same opportunities that you guys are, we're going to murder. And I don't mean that as in kill. I mean that as in, for example, when these black children started to get into the classrooms, they were doing their thing. As in, when these black athletes started to get into the arena with some of their white counterparts, they were doing their thing. As in, why today you see a lot of times when it comes down to the football teams nowadays, they're quickly trying to, most of their football team is mostly African American. But the issue I think that comes into place is because, for one, anti-blackness, which means that we put a lot of more value into things that are, in the words of Conscious, mayonnaise than those of ourselves. Because guess what? We are the ones that put value into those things, as in us participating in it. This is the reason why it's so good, is because you have black people a part of those things. Not because it's just automatically good, but because the people that are a part of those things makes it valuable. So that's it.
We still have the mentality of the white ice is better.
Can I ask one question about the trans community, please?
Hold on. Miss Mickey, then Red, and then Heart of Huh?
Like, can you call my name out too so I can get a point?
Yes, Miss Mickey, Red, Sweetness. Miss Mickey, Red, Heart of Inspiration, then Miss Sweetness, and then we give our closing remarks because I have to get up out of here. But go ahead, Miss Mickey.
To go on what Reckless was saying, it started with the whole integration. We felt like, and we're still doing it to this day, that the white ice is better, not recognizing that what we contributed to it, and we was the ones breaking that ice. But for some reason, we always feel like the white ice is better, so we're always trying to go out there and get it. And we have to get back to policing ourselves. With the topic at hand, for example, like, I witnessed a group of kids getting into a scuffle. One of them decided to call the cops. My thought was, why are you bringing the cops into this, and why are we not handling this ourselves? It's the same concept of trying to out a trans woman. Why are you doing that, knowing what it could be and what it could lead to, that you putting people's lives at risk? When we start thinking before we start doing, then we'll be able to start resolving some of these issues. We're so quick to point the finger at someone else before we think about what could really happen. We could have resolved that issue without the police being called. You could resolve that issue that you have with that trans woman without trying to out her and put her life at risk. We have to start thinking. That's all I had to say.
I agree with that. Red Phoenix.
Okay, it's kind of like on what she just said. And like I said before, I'm trying to learn. So please don't take anything I'm saying offensively. But if you're a trans woman, when do you tell someone that you're a trans woman? Like somebody had mentioned they were at the bar and they told someone else that they were trans women. I think you did, Conscious.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, if I see a group of girls who did some outlandish shit, I would be like, oh, don't fuck with them. Don't mess with them because, they bank robbers. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand. If you're a trans woman and you're proud of who you are, what's the problem? Because, and when do you, and maybe I'm wrong, but it would be the same if I had a disease. When do I tell somebody that?
Oh, all of those are false equivalencies. Outlandish women with diseases, all of those are false equivalencies. Like, they don't have any bearing when it comes to when a trans woman should disclose. I'm gonna follow up Reckless. Go ahead, Reckless, in response to that question.
I was gonna say,
I'm sorry if I offended anybody.
No,
you're good.
Yeah, like, are you good?
And plus, one of the things that Conscious always says is that when you have these conversations, if you want people to learn, they're not going to have the language. So even if you're not trying to offend, like you say, you're trying to learn. That's that's why we're here. Now, everybody be able to do this. That's why we're here. Now, I will say this is that when it comes down to now, the difference between when you said if it was bank robbers and stuff and all the different types of things, they verse saying it's a trans woman or man or whatever. it usually doesn't always end up in violence and stuff like that. Now, I will say this: when it comes down to trans people disclosing, I believe this is reckless logic speaking. I believe the best time to say it is when, of course, in the beginning, but however, at the same time, when they are.
Hold on.
Okay.
Clarify at the beginning of what exactly? At the beginning of hey, how you doing? At the beginning of what?
No, I got you. Okay. Well, okay. So in the beginning, as in when they probably exchange numbers, nothing sexual. Because the reason being is because I believe Hope Giselle has said this. Has that experience where a guy had came, found her very interesting. I believe this Hope Giselle found her very interesting, and she didn't disclose right then and there, and so her friend who is by natural born woman said, why didn't you tell him that you was trans? And keep in mind, I was having the same thing this when I was first learning, but then Hope made a very interesting point. She said, were you going to help me if I would have told him, if he told him that, he would have felt embarrassed and would have punched the shit out of me and start beating me up? So that really put a thought in my head, as in, because this stuff like this actually happens, because it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. Trans women are disclosing, but however, it still ends in the result of getting beat up, getting murdered, doing this, and getting all different types of things. But I will say that I would say they're separated, but they haven't made sexual contact or anything like that, as in texting them, making it clear over the phone or something like that, where your safety is not at risk.
Okay, and I want to piggyback right behind what Reckless just said, that I personally feel like trans women should disclose whenever they just personally feel that it's safe and appropriate enough to do so. My only clause within that is I think that trans women, for their own safety, should definitely disclose or disengage before any sexual act is concerned. But outside of that, I think a trans woman it's not there is no when you really should. It just comes down to when you discern in your dealings with this person that it's safe enough for you to say that, because that's just what it's going to come down to. Like, and let's also be clear that the only reason why trans women can't just say they're trans is because of the issue of transphobia. Like, because now
I think because I'm so not transphobic and I'm so like open with everybody, I just don't see the world like that. And maybe that's just my blinders.
Yeah, it definitely is, because transphobia and homophobia are fucking real. I grew up my whole fucking life with homophobia, whole life. To this day, still deal with homophobia. Homophobia is a real thing. It's not going to be as real to straight people because it's just not y'all phobia to see. It's our phobia to endure. It's our phobia to be the victims of. So it's not going to be completely clear to y'all. As far as y'all are concerned, the world probably looks okay. But, to minority people, they know that that's not the case, because all of that emotional violence and spiritual violence and physical violence is directed toward those particular individuals. So I know the way that I'm being treated in a space. I know when people a nigga is moving away from me in a seat because the gay is contagious. Like, that may go completely under the radar to the people in the setting. That's not going to go under the radar to me, because transphobia and homophobia can be both overt and covert. It could be explicit, the F-bomb, hurting and being violent toward queer people. It can also be as subtle as making sure that I don't even look you in your eye when you walk into my business. As a matter of fact, asking another coworker to be of service to you, because my homophobia won't allow me to do business with a gay man. It won't allow me to service this gay man's phone. It won't allow me to service this gay man's vehicle. So, hey, like, all of that shit goes on. I even have a cousin in my family who he has 2 kids, and these are my second cousins, and I will only see them on the holidays, like when we ate at Thanksgiving, Christmas, whenever the family galvanized. But I never had any like time with my 2 cousins who are both male and female, like outside of those events. And I think a few years ago, I finally had a conversation with him out of curiosity. I already knew what the answer was, but I just asked him straight up. I said, I feel like you and your wife kept me from having a personal relationship to my little cousins. Like, I never saw them outside of, you know, family events. And I felt like even if I wanted to spend time with them outside of those events, that would not have happened because of my queerness. And he told me that I'm correct about that.
And you know what? And I'm not trying to put my family's business out there, but I kind of am. My one little cousin, he is who he is. I'll say that. And his dad, very strict Muslim, will not mess with him. And I find it so hard to even see the interaction because I'm like, you know, like, this is your kid. Who cares? I just don't understand. Maybe because I just love people in general. Well, I'll say I love black people, and black and brown. I'll say that, you know, but I just don't care. Like, if you're happy, be goddamn happy. Maybe I'm just so like, maybe because my aunt raised me, and like I said, you know, she was manly, and we never knew what gay was, and maybe because I was raised like that, it just never bothered me.
Queer people's lives have
when
been
people like the trans women.
Queer people's lives have been. I mean, there are just certain things in my experience that I can't even find the words for in terms of the way that religion was weaponized against me, the way that
I know that part.
The way that family organized themselves around me in lieu of those religious ideologies, the way that my peers reinforced growing up in the school, in the neighborhood, these things like these ideologies, these anti-queer ideologies. I mean, there's just a level of emotional violence that is almost inarticulable. It's and what it does to the psyche. Like me and my the panel that we just wrapped up our season finale tonight. There was a show, I think last year, where we had a show around our experience of homophobia, and every queer man on that panel at some point, including myself, either contemplated or entertained suicide at one point in their experience, simply because of the issue of homophobia alone. You know, we know that there's all type of other reasons that lead people to suicide, whether that's poverty, whether that's trauma, whether that's sexual abuse, and queer people, what's fucked up about it is that queer people have to deal with all of those other issues too. They have to deal with the homophobia and or transphobia and the sexual trauma and the poverty and all the other circumstances in life that bring people to mental illness, to the development of mental illness, to the development of suicidal ideation. And so, you know, there's lots, especially Black queer people, there's lots of Black queer people that can admit that either at one point in time they either attempted suicide or they definitely contemplated. And suicidal ideation and suicide attempts within Black queer youth is like tripled at this time. So there's a lot of shit that's happening. And, you know, thank God for people like you, Red Fox, and so many other people. There is not an issue. Therefore, it's not an issue. Like, they treat people accordingly. You know, these things don't matter to them. That's a beautiful thing. And just getting the rest of the world to get out of other people's way is where it's at. Because I'm going to be honest, it's going to be a power in numbers for a lot of queer people, because it's not enough to have one affirming straight person in your life when most of the world you're going to interact with is deeply homophobic. Like, one affirming straight person in my life is not going to protect me in an all heterosexual bar where some nigga may try to prove his masculinity by trying to pick on what he thinks is the weak gay man at the crowd, who he don't know is about to smash him over the fucking head with a pool stick. And he doesn't know that, but he's about to find that out. Like, you know, so just the things that like I like even growing up, like me and my friends, me and my gay friends, we were very outgoing, very extroverted. We were always at the parties, always at the clubs, always, and we had to fight a lot, had to fight niggas, like fighting straight up gangsters, like getting tased outside the club because we busting niggas up. Like we had to fucking fight, but we also had the spirit of not backing down. No matter how much we had to fight, we weren't going to allow people to bully us out of fucking spaces. So we went in for a good time, but was completely always willing to do all the ass kicking that needed to be done to prove a point in the lands across the lands. But there are also a lot of queer people who are not fighters like that. They are going to succumb to that pressure. They're going to succumb to that rejection. They're going to succumb to that social abuse, and they're going to take their lives, or they're going to develop all type of emotional issues, mental health issues as a result of trying to cope with this narcissistic abuse. It's just a whole lot that goes on, like
become DL,
like, which is so funny that, you know, a lot of the heterosexual community has a whole issue with the down low community, but that's a whole product of the homophobia and transphobia perpetuated in by the dominant class. Like you can't make the consequences this severe and then expect that people are going to be walking around proud and loud. Yeah, the most revolutionary, radical of us are going to do so, but most people are going to consider the consequences of what it means to be honest about something that should not be met with physical violence, about something that should not be met with social violence. Like you should not lose the approval of your family just because you identify as queer, but that is in fact what happens. No, you should not lose your position as pastor or your position in your ministry as a result of being same gender loving or being trans, but that in fact is what the fuck happened.
Yeah. No. Most gay men are more manly than cisgender men to be in my life.
But the problem is, like, the rest of the world doesn't acknowledge that. Like, we know that we are the ones who go get our education. There are literal statistics and data that gay black men make twice the earnings of their straight counterparts, specifically because, I mean, it's sad that homophobia does have a positive because we couldn't really show up or didn't allow ourselves to show up in the world authentically. It kind of really forced us to be in our books because we kind of really didn't have anywhere else to be in the world. So of course we are the most educated. Of course we took our studies seriously. This was a way out of the bullshit as well, was through education, through college, through financial independency, etc. But yeah, you're completely right, Sweetness. But
I'm just saying what manhood is. That's what, like.
Well, I want to say good night, y'all. I have to go.
Good night, Red.
I have a question because I hear this a lot because I just see it in the comments. What does it mean to say that I'm the person not going to agree with your lifestyle? Like, I don't know. I feel I hear that a lot of times when it comes to us. Like, can someone explain that to me? I won't agree with your lifestyle.
Yeah, because they don't think that being gay, that comes from people that think that gay is a choice. You got to go all the way back archaically to where people thought that gay was a choice. So it's like you chose a lifestyle. It's not a thing of you were born this way and this is who I am. You chose a lifestyle, but they would never put it back, that same mirror on themselves. Did you choose a heterosexual lifestyle? Yes. No, you did not. I'm telling you, ignore those types of things because that is buffoonery.
Oh no. Okay, no. I'm very clear why I asked that is because I like to hear the responses and stuff. But here's the thing: like these are usually the people that don't even believe in bisexuality. So if bisexuality isn't a thing, okay, in order to choose, that means you must have an option. Like, but the thing is, in order to choose, you must have an option. So the thing is that means that this particular person, especially men, that means you have you have a desire to be with another man, you just don't act on it. That's why I get confused when they say you
because
choose.
they
I'm
want
like,
to believe that men are straight and they just choose. Listen to the point. They choose to be with other men. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a quote unquote, like, you chose a lifestyle.
No, trust me, I get that. But it's just the whole thing of when we begin to reverse it, especially when it comes down to heterosexual men, we're asking them, okay, so with that same logic, since it's a choice, in order to have a choice, you must have options. If I'm not attracted to this particular sex, then guess what? It's not an option. But in order for it to be an option, that means that you are attracted to both men and women. You have the desires, but yet you just don't act on them. That's the point that I make. It's like,
you know what you should ask them. The better question is, did your baby daddy choose to be your baby daddy instead of your husband? Because that's a choice. Did your baby daddy choose to go to jail? You understand what I'm saying? There's bigger choices that are actually choices that are made. Being gay is not a choice. You are gay because you're gay. You're trans because you're trans. It's on a point blank period.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to say this as well. I'm just leave it alone. But the thing is that I like when we have these conversations, because the thing about it is that when you actually start to, because keep in mind too, when I ask questions, I'm asking questions because 9 times out of 10 I already know where the conversation is going to lead. But it's the thing is that when we start to have conversations and you really start to really press the gas on people's minds and their ideas and stuff, their last result is, that's just my opinion. But here's the thing: you can have an opinion, but it does not mean that your opinion is not rooted out of discrimination, bigotry, and being biased. I can have an opinion on something, but that doesn't mean that it's not rooted out of misogyny. Like, my opinion can be, I don't think women are worth anything. They should stay home and they should have no jobs and they should do X, Y, and Z. That could be someone's opinion, but it's still rooted out of discrimination and being sexist and being misogynistic. So, like, I think that's the thing. Like, you can have an opinion, but it's all you're speaking out loud. When you start to have your opinion, it's rooted from somewhere. Every plant has its roots. That's it.
I agree. Heart of Inspiration, can you jump in here, Boo? Because I'm about to wrap up the panel.
I'm so sorry. I had my own going on, and I was not going to click the link. And then I'm like, no, let me click the link.
You are good. Like, what do you think about the topic of is there something going on between cisgender or natural born heterosexual Black women and trans Black women?
There is, but there isn't. And I will tell you, I'm just going to be super honest, because I am still human. Even though I am a goddess, I am still human.
Both-handed.
So sometimes in my humanity, I can get a tad bit irritated when I hear statistics, like I think even the other night or whatever, it was put up the statistic that 28 trans women lost their lives in 2019. But in 2019, over 15,000 Black women lost their lives to domestic violence. And then I had to take a step back and say, so why did that cut me for a hot second? And it cut me because I put myself down in this place where it's the struggle Olympics. And somebody on the panel said this earlier. If we are always going to play that role, we're never going to be any better. We're never going to love each other because we're always going to be playing that role. So then I had to take that further step back and say this. If I am fully and totally and wholly sitting in my seat of my power and my seat of who and my I am presence in my spirit, in my solar plexus, in my heart, in my sacral chakra, then me as the Black woman, as the mother of all, we should love all our children. I'm not in competition with anyone. Trans woman, lesbian woman, gay man. I'm not in competition with anyone. I'm not in competition with my sisters. Because I am in my I am presence. I am that I am. And if we can get out of, I was just talking about this tonight, the whole patriarchy thing comes, you said it very eloquently before, from the Pauline Christianity point of view, this version of the Bible that is misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, everybody phobic except for mayonnaise men. And if we're going to continue to subscribe to that at that level and not go beneath and find out that all that, except for the misogyny, the spirituality of that came from us anyway. And then it was repurposed, stolen, repurposed again for their own purposes, and then forced back upon us to enslave us and enslave our minds. We have to make the choice we're no longer going to be enslaved in our minds and our hearts.
First.
Because if you do that, then you can be like myself and my other sister that was over here and many other sisters and many other brothers that we have our own businesses. We're doing our own thing. Some of us are growing our own food. We're making our own clothing. We're doing all these things. I am successful beyond what this United States of America government has stated I should be. Wildly successful beyond it. And if you look at me cross-eyed about it and you're my sister, my brother, well, that's your business. I can't help you. If you want to stay stuck and stupid, I just don't have time no more for the BS. But when you make the choice to sit in your seat of power and be the I am and the divine one that you are and relate to people on their energetic frequency rather than their third dimensional avatar, then and only then can we stop being in competition and hate and despise one another. Do what you got to do. If however you have chosen to be you in this incarnation, that's you. And I love you for it. Just be as authentically and integrally you as you can. And I'm going to support you at every move. Now, that's what I got to say on this. So I've been preaching all night, so I'm going to still preach now.
That was beautifully stated. And a lot of times the oppression Olympics does happen a lot of times in the Black community. And that's why I said everything I said about an hour and a half ago about how all this boils down to, all of the issues in the Black community boils down to surviving white patriarchy and fighting for access. We're all doing it. That's why we all feel the need to tally up the numbers. We feel the need to say, no, my experience is worse, or I'm being oppressed in this way, or don't take the fucking bathroom from me, for God's sakes. We're literally that snuffed out and starving of space and self-actualization and autonomy and right and resource that we're fighting over who should use the shitter next to us.
Right.
That's how fucking claustrophobic we all feel under patriarchal power.
Right.
That we become that desperate.
Yes. And it's not so much the integration as the assimilation. Somebody else said earlier that people, we didn't got to the point where, that for some folk, white ice is better. It ain't cold and it ain't better. Okay. But back in the day when it wasn't the integration and the assimilation, those were actually the days where the greatest amount of invention happen. We are the reason, our ancestors, our grandfathers and our grandmothers are the reason that there are so many conveniences that we have today. And that was before they quote unquote allowed us in their schools. Okay. So our level of invention, don't forget, we built the pyramids. Come on now. Somebody we built that and it's still standing today. They can't build nothing that's going to stand much longer than about 20 years. You got to start putting money into it. So come on now. So we got to understand, regardless of whether or not what they Stop taking their handouts and stop looking for somebody else to give you something when the whole thing was not designed to give you a darn thing, but to enslave you. And if we can get back to that community, you know, I don't look to the Black Caucus to do a damn thing. Because if you go on the website and look at everything that they put forward, half that stuff is for people that are crossing and coming over here into this country. It ain't for us. It's for the Asians. It's for this people and that people. What's for us? You're cooning. That's all you're doing. You're cooning. Because you're not forcing the hand and forcing the issue to say, where is ours? Because y'all stole it back in 1865. As soon as y'all shot Abraham Lincoln, y'all stole it right back. And then what you did is you put mayonnaise people on the Dawes rolls to pretend that they were Native Americans and they were not. So let's put down that they was Black and they were not. Stop looking for somebody else to give you something and go on and build it. I built my own damn table. Now, that's how I look at it. I built my own damn table. And whoever I want to sit at my table, that's going to sit here. And whoever I don't, ain't going.
But but to put the cherry on the top,
that's all I've been saying.
Okay, so basically put the cherry on the top because I do want to add to this because I was just about to say it before how the inspiration and stuff went. Is that I think the struggle Olympics is also a side effect or result of people not having empathy and disregarding other people's experiences. Because I think a lot of times too, when Black women begin to actually talk about, articulate their experiences of this was going on, this is what's happening to me. A lot of people like to throw what's happening to everybody. Who cares? Or, you know, when other people start to say things, oh, it's happening to everybody. Who cares? But however, I do understand it's happening to everybody. But you know, a good way to fix that is that, you know what, I listen. There's another reason why if you pay attention to sometimes when I come on the panels, I sit back and I listen. I may not talk all the time. And like the other panel, even though my mouth was hurting, I was listening. I was taking it in the experiences, but also as well, there's the key point. Yes, I may listen, but also I'm coming there with, I guess, an expectation that I just might have to correct myself as well. As in, now since I know, I'm not going to try to participate in the things that are used to oppress people, and I may not even know it. So I think that's another part that comes along with it.
I agree with you, and that's kind of what I was saying. Right?
That piggybacks off of what me and Hart really are talking about. Like, it's a lack of space. Nobody's being heard. Nobody is being tended to. Nobody is being aided and abetted. And that's why everybody is bum rushing for their problems to take over the other's problems, because nobody's problems are really being serviced to. So everybody ends up in an elbowing match as a result of how tight the space within the barrel is.
I think I have to disagree.
And we have to also, one more thing, and then I'm so sorry, sweetheart, is what I have found is that we utilize, and naturally, we utilize our trauma and how we've come through that trauma as then a protection for us. That is a defense for us, right? So that we don't get hurt again in that way. And it's not until we can heal that energetic trauma within ourselves that then we can begin to see other people just in the compassion of humanity, right? Compassion for my own humanity and the others. I made a choice not to heal, and then to take that energy, and instead of it being a defense, being a power, a base of power that I can now operate from. And so when I say struggle Olympics, I'm not invalidating anybody's struggle, but what, as someone said earlier, very eloquently, what are you going to do with that? And you have to take that then and heal it, right? You've got to take it and transmute it and then put it back within. Because if you don't, you're going to continue to repeat receiving the same trauma, because it is not opposites that attract, it's opposites of the same coin. So the trauma will attract the traumatizer, the inflictor of the trauma, and instead of relief from the pain. And I'm going to shut up on that level.
And you are shutting up on 222. It is 222 my time. So it's like triple digits everywhere else is too. 111 somewhere, 333, but it's 222. I do have to wrap because I cannot sit this fat ass on this hard ass chair for one more fucking moment. I have to get the fuck up. I want to invite One Love. Yes, darling, you are the motherfucking reason why this panel happened, honey, because there was some interesting feedback as a result of the other night's amazing panel. Can you hear me? Because you're on mute.
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Yeah. So your presence and the feedback from your presence inspired this conversation about the existence of the tension between Black trans women and cis biological women. But we don't have time to really get into it any further tonight. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to email me at Consciouztv, because I need us to do a separate show together, if you're interested, where I can have your valuable feedback and perspective, and also allow you and the community of your Black natural born heterosexual female counterparts to work this thing through and through, because I like there being examples of the work being done, showing how we can communicate, how we can have the tough conversations, how we can really hear each other, how we can come to a healthy medium, because we need, at this point, examples of how to even dialogue with each other, how to even exchange. Are you interested in doing that?
Yes, I'm very interested, but I didn't know that I shook the table like that. But let me say this before you cut off the live, and thank you for inviting me on your platform. But you have to understand, when you turn any mirror on someone who's suppressed in your life, they don't like to see themselves, right? So it goes for anyone who is cisgender, hetero, right? When you turn the mirror around at these people, they blame you for their struggle. So let me explain that real quick. With Black women, because they are struggled so much, and because Malcolm X said the Black woman is the most disrespected woman on this planet. So now when they discovered that, oh shit, there's someone else's that's mostly disrespected just like them, right? So they don't like that, right? So if you watch that 8-hour live, right, we had a great conversation in the middle, right? But when you have cisgender heterosexual men come in the picture, you see how cis women, Black women especially, they flip on you. Did you see how that lady cursed me out for that man who didn't even want to marry a Black woman, who had 2 baby mothers, who don't even respect women? But then you're going to turn on a Black trans woman who was saying, I respect women, da-da-da. And as soon as this Black man come on the platform, y'all ready to turn on me. And this is reality. This is all about men. The fights that trans women and Black cis women are going through is because of men. They're fighting. They are fighting for approval from straight men. They don't want to believe the fact that straight men adore trans women, but murder us on the other end. They don't want to admit that to themselves, that the same straight men that like them, guess what, fancy us as well. So when you hear a trans woman who lived this life speak or experience, it's gonna offend Black cis women because they want to be praised. Gay men praise them every day. Oh my God, you're so beautiful. Trans women are not doing that. We're saying, listen, we are your equal. You are a woman, I'm a woman. You are a biological woman, I'm a biological woman too.
Yeah.
But thank you so much.
Oh, okay, she lost me. Yeah.
You will be lost. You will be lost because guess what? You're living in ignorance and white supremacist. You are living in ignorant and white supremacist. That's why you are lost. You are lost because you can't take. Why? Because I don't see my period. Because I don't see my period. Because I don't see my period, right? Because I don't have a fallopian tube. Because I don't have a fallopian tube. What's the problem? Why? Okay, so why are you questioning my womanhood? Why are you questioning my womanhood? I was not born a man. You cannot be born a man. You can only be born male, female, or intersex, honey. Do your math and do your homework. Go educate yourself. You cannot be born a gender.
You cannot be born a man. A man cannot come. A man
That's not
cannot.
what you said something to what you said a minute ago about
That is disrespectful. Can you mute them? Can you mute? Can you mute them? Can you mute them so I can finish and then leave? Can you mute them? That is disrespectful and rude.
Hold on. Because I wanted us to do this in another. I want us to have this discussion in a whole nother setting anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, because he just got into it like
he. It's she. My pronouns is she, her, and I may look realer than you,
I'm fine with that.
Have a good night,
Conscious.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me to your platform. I really appreciate it.
Bye. Bye.
Stay right there. Hold on. I need to just have a separate conversation with you, Miss Lady. Everybody just stay right there, because Lord have Father. One love.
So you see how mad they get when you speak language that they don't like? That sound like the Karens of the world, right?
One love.
Hey love, how are you? I'm telling you, they don't like the truth.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes, my baby.
I want you to email me.
How do I do that? I'm not really. Do I go to Instagram? Do you message on Instagram?
Yes, it's Consciouztv. It's my name on here.
Okay. I'll definitely.
Yeah, DM me. I wanna coordinate a time and a date with you, and we discuss a show. I really like. I am so deeply interested in you and your cis hetero female counterparts. Working this thing through, like I would love to really see that, and I want you to expect, and I want them to. I know it's going to be rough at times, because as you just said, it is hard when you are reflecting people's biases and their patriarchy and their toxicity back to them,
and white supremacists.
I also want you, as somebody who's also, as a Black trans woman, have been through a lot. I want you to understand that it's going to be hard too. Probably even giving your peers the opportunity to meet you in the middle, to figure this thing out with you, to hear you. It's going to be difficult on both ends. One love. The work is going to be difficult on both ends. Okay.
I totally get it.
Okay, but I definitely want us to start swinging away and really being able to use some of these exchanges as way, because I have a lot of trans followers, obviously a lot of cis female.
You do.
Followers. Yeah, I have so many people here. This could be so powerful. Just even how to start this conversation, moving through the hard shit. It could really revolutionize a lot and be used as a blueprint to show how we can get this done with the other queer people in our lives, the other trans women in our lives, So I want this to happen. But like I said, I know it's going to be rough. But you said that you are down for that. So I want you to follow me on Instagram. I'll follow you back. DM me, and we're going to coordinate it up. And we're going to come back and do
this. Babe. Okay, my love. Thank you so much again. And again, to all the women that support trans women, I appreciate y'all, and y'all stay tuned. We'll definitely have a conversation so you can see where my mindset is at and where I come from and who I am as a person. So stay tuned.
Yes. Okay, babe. I appreciate you. Bye-bye. That was One Love, honey. That was 2 seconds in the ring with One Love, baby. And it was already a melee. We gotta have this discussion. We gotta do it. Where the hell did Nisi go?
Nisi dropped down, baby. We have to have this discussion, but Conscious, message me, baby. Please message me, please.
I will.
It's gotta be from a place.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna let y'all guide it. I'm just gonna facilitate it, and I'm gonna drop down and observe from the background.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
On the stream, and just like I did when Miss Candy hit the stream. And I'm gonna try to let the women's work all. I'm gonna try to let y'all women work all this out.
I never had that experience before because, like I was saying earlier, like I never thought it was a beef between bio/cis gender women and trans women because I always thought that we were our own entities.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think that there's like a beef as in beef, but obviously
we never really see each other.
But obviously, where there will be privilege, blinding privilege, there will be issues. As a queer man, I have witnessed like black cis women or black natural.
But why are cisgender women where transgender women hunt? Like that's the only thing I'm saying.
Well, I got you. Okay,
because it's not all blended like that. Like if like everybody knows where to go to get what they want. I think that I mean because it's a different culture. It's not all.
But we're not just talking
like
about. But we're not just talking about men. We're talking about just the like feminine on feminine crimes that go on not only between.
But see, even in
black
their
women, black, huh?
Like I consider myself very much an ally because I have helped gay men that were DL come out. You know what I'm saying? I put the catnip by the closet to welcome them out. I have been through people's journeys, even in transitioning from woman to trans men and trans gay men to trans women. I've been a part of the whole thing. That's why I never understood like for me it can't be like what is the I was paying attention to this live because I just don't get it.
Sweetness, this is very easy. Just go under any comment section. Go under the comment section of T.S. Madison's Breakfast Club interview. Okay. Go under the comment sections.
So don't take it personal.
Go under the comment sections of Malik Yoba's interview on the Breakfast Club. Go underneath the comment sections of Lil Boosie's interview on the Breakfast Club. You can find hundreds of thousands of very anti-trans, anti-queer sentiments ran and perpetuated and projected by the so-called cis hetero communities, the cis hetero black community. There is a war. Like the black queer people are not imagining their issues. Why would we want there to be a problem if there ain't no problem? Like nobody needs a problem. There's a problem. Like I just shared a whole lot of my own personal experiences in the community.
I understand your experiences,
etc. I have also been like I have black female trans friends who I've been in the mall with them and seen other black women, I'm assumed to be natural born black women, like lean over to their man secretly and whisper, "Oh, that's a man," or those type of things. Like this type of shit is happening on all levels. It's not just explicit in, once again, the like I'm gonna run a.
No, I've been in the field too. Like I've actually like fought with my trans girls. You understand what I'm saying? Like I made sure that my gay guys was okay. Like we got into battles with people that didn't understand them, but I just never thought there was like a black woman versus trans woman.
Well, you're gonna find out from a trans woman. Like she's gonna be here, and all I can do is I'm going to encourage heterosexual people, something that all dominant classes, and when I say dominant, I do mean that's relatively speaking. We know that black people are a minority, but there's a minority even within that minority, which makes the overarching minority a dominant class. So heterosexual blacks are a dominant class to queer black people because.
But that's why I put it in the comments.
I'm not finished because it's so interesting that you keep talking, Sweetness, because what exactly what I'm about to say is I hope, and what I'm going to suggest from the straight community, the cis hetero black straight community is listen. That's going to be your most powerful weapon when talking to someone who's having a experience that you aren't having. And if you really want to understand how frustrating this can be for queer people, think about how your parents don't want to hear you say anything negative about them, because as far as they're concerned, all their positives should outweigh whatever fuck shit you are wanting to complain or express to them. Just be the position of the child in that case and offer to trans women that listening ear. Don't necessarily go to defend yourself. Just listen to other people's experience of cis hetero Black people. Yes, nobody should take this personally unless they personally are directly contributing to homophobia and transphobia. But you just have to listen to what minority people are saying about the dominant class. You just have to listen. You just have to listen. Just listen, because it's not any of our experience to dictate. And sometimes, like, well, that's just the best thing I can say is position yourself to listen. And it's going to be hard, yes. But if you're an ally, it don't apply to the allies. This conversation is for those who are curious about what they're doing that may be injurious or divisive or that may be problematic for their trans peers. It's just going to master the art of even listening more than speaking. Just listening is going to be the best thing.
Because I tried to bridge the gap between a lot of my gay friends and trans women, because that's a big gap. Like a lot of gay, proud gay Black men, when it comes to trans women, they're disgusted. And I'm like, you can't be. So I've been the gap. I mean, I feel in my community. You know what I mean?
Say something, beloved?
Yes.
And I don't mean any harm, but part of listening is just then listening and internalizing. Like what'll happen? What happens is people, and I don't mean any harm, y'all. Sometimes people can get upset because then if one person says something and then you say, well, you got to retort right back, then it's like, well, did you really hear what I had to say? Like I have to do this between my 7-year-old granddaughter and my son. They're the same damn person, except one's my son and one's my granddaughter. But I have to negotiate this sometimes, be like, okay, sweetie, baby, what are you trying to say here? And we're just going to listen. And the more we just listen, and I might ask a leading question that, okay, but what did you mean by this? Because I can hear it one way, but it's really meant another way. And so it's asking those questions so we can just get more information. Because at the end of the day, I don't think anyone is going to care how much, God, this is going to be hard. Anyone's going to care how much we've done this, that, and the third. At the end of the day, I feel like we just need to let our sisters speak. If some of it hits, it hits. And if some of it doesn't, it doesn't. But let's just hear it out so that we can stop everything, right? So we can stop it. Now, I am hoping on the other side that we can be heard as well, because I know there's a lot of us that have some things to be said.
Yeah, clearly, because I just said one thing and got cussed out.
And that's
what can't happen.
And Hart, I would love for you to, like, when that discussion happened, honey, like I would love for you to prep the audience on some emotional intelligence, child, because people gonna do exactly what
she got to do the intro.
People are gonna do exactly what I said earlier in this discussion, whereas in, like, we don't know how to listen, we don't know how to be in healthy confrontation, and we make it about tone, etc. And I want to remind people, you cannot talk about like yes, Black women are going to be easily triggered because they are a minority within a minority within a minority, getting the worst of it. Like Black trans women are in that lump with Black women getting the worst of it. So we can't. So, like, look, we can sit up here and say, oh, watch your tone, etc. Watching your fucking tone is not more important than listening to the ways that you are contributing to the fucking pain that somebody else is enduring. Okay, that should be top priority. We know we're dealing with a hurt community. They're hurt, they're triggered, their whole lives they've had to fight and be on the defense. So it can't be reduced to, oh, watch your tone. The tone is going to be there. The defense is going to be there. We have to love each other through and out of this hell. It's going to take love. It ain't going to take ego for ego.
Amen.
Ego for
Yeah,
ego is going to result to the tension. So we're going to have to be. We all have privileges, even as minority people. I recognize I'm a black man. I have access to patriarchy, the same patriarchy that's denigrating black women, which is why I talk so much shit about black men. It's my job to talk shit about men. It's my job and my burden to be honest about what men do to women, how women experience patriarchy. I cannot adhere to some false elitism and commitment and faithfulness to patriarchy just because I'm a fucking man. I have to be honest, and I can't take it personal when women say niggas ain't shit, because niggas kind of ain't shit until they ain't shit. So I mean, it's like I can't buck up against that. Like, we just have to be honest. I know I'm a minority, but I have privileges over other people in certain ways. Black women have privileges in certain ways that black trans women don't. And those black trans women want to be able to have an open and honest conversation with their natural born heterosexual counterparts and talk about their experience of privilege that maybe black women don't recognize, because black women also are so victimized that having privilege almost seems like a fucking myth to them. Like, privilege where? But now that trans women are reemerging, and there are issues between that trans women have with black men, trans women have with black gay men, trans women have with black women. It ain't just y'all, baby. Like, because there also has been a lot of anti-transness within the LGBT community too.
Right.
Black gay men have been patriarchal and toxic have exhibited toxic masculinity unto black trans women. Black gay men oftentimes put black trans women on the cross as a way to say, hey, be happy that I'm just a gay man and not that over there, and have reinforced the othering of black trans women. So it ain't just y'all. Like all the communities have been toxic in that way, even those of us who are also oppressed and marginalized and disenfranchised and all of that shit. Like, it's a minority on minority crime going on. Go ahead, Reckless.
It's very fun because, girl, you know these comments be girl. It's just
don't be interested in me to deal with a bitch who ain't even to deal with a motherfucker that ain't even on the panel. I'm up here.
No, it's not bad.
Don't be interested in me to address some random motherfucker in the chat. They ain't got enough heart to be up here. Y'all can come about later.
I hope when you have, well, I know my hope is that people will come with an open mind and an open heart, that they won't come in with judgments. I do recommend watching the Gender Code, because for me, it cleared up a lot of questions for me, because there are things I didn't know. I would like anyone who's coming into the chat that night or getting on the panel to come with open minds and open hearts, and not
respect,
judgment and respect. Yes,
that's all I'm asking.
Look, hold on. This is what I'm gonna ask. If you ain't the kind of person who can listen twice as much as you can talk, don't even hit the damn link. Stay in that chat, because I ain't trying to be no damn hardcore referee. If you don't have the capacity to sit and listen to someone who is being abused in ways that may be invisible to you, if you're not interested in yielding that compassion, if you're not interested in yielding that understanding, if you don't understand that you even have privilege in that way, therefore, what the fuck is there to really be listened to? Like, y'all don't even understand how talking about being fair, it's not a fair thing when like, I just went and did a whole soliloquy about how trans women are being brutalized in a whole nother quantifiable ass way, like as a result of black male patriarchy. And yet there are people who still expect black trans women to be able to be completely sound-minded and non-defensiveness. I'm telling you, there's going to be defensiveness. I'm telling you that Hold on. I'm telling you that there's going to be attitude. I'm telling you that there's going to be sassiness. So if you don't have the proclivities emotionally within yourself to deal with that, don't hit the damn link. I want this to be a productive exchange between one minority person to another minority person who has a privilege over that particular minority person. So stay in the chat, be in the bushes, but don't hit my damn link unless you're interested in being twice as good of a listener as you can be a yapper. I'm not doing that much refereeing in this discussion. I want healthy people, intelligent people, compassionate people, specifically compassionate, empathetic. If you don't possess an empathetic motherfucking bone in your heart, if you got that much of a damn ego, you can't sit yourself aside, don't hit my motherfucking link on this here discussion that we're gonna have. I can't make that more clear. So that means that now that I done laid the disclaimer out, if you end up representing yourself as any other persons that I'm saying I don't want on this panel, your ass will be reduced to the motherfucking chat. Like, fine and dandy. Okay?
Girl, I'm about to explode.
You made my heart feel good when you said that.
Oh, Reckless, something you've been burning up to address somewhere, girl. What's going on in this chat? What's going on in the chat? What is it?
It's very like, girl, it's burning me. Bitch, I can't get it out. Bitch, it's burning me up. It's like the whole thing of, it's like, I love you. We have no problem, but yet the transphobia is spilling out. Like, it's burning me up, girl. Woo!
And this is why I know it's going to be rough. This is why I know it's going. This topic is going to be rough.
No, it's burning me up because
all the wrong people gonna want to talk. All the wrong people.
They're gonna hold up all the spaces.
Everybody who I say I don't want on this motherfucker gonna be the main ones hitting the goddamn link.
Wait, but it's the thing though. It's the whole thing of when you, for surface level, I understand what they're saying, but when you actually start to have real, like, dissected, it doesn't make sense. Someone literally said they only make less than 1% of the population. What does that have to do with anything? Black people only make up like 13 to 16% of the population, but yet we still give a fuck. It doesn't matter if they're a minority or majority. If we're talking about that particular population, what does it matter? Like, it's stuff like that that irks my nerves.
I also want to say to your point, Reckless, that this is also why the murders of trans women are so, like, polarizing, because you're talking about that little of a fucking community. So when you have a damn near extinct community being killed off, certainly, like, those deaths, even though it's only 26 trans women in a year, are going to be looked at as extreme, because we're already talking about a very very little, small portion of the population. So that 26 is a lot.
Can I
agree with you.
Can I please ask a question?
Miss Sweetness, just 1 second, honey. Just please, just 1 second, because I'm gonna drop off here, y'all, because it's 2:00 in the morning. I gotta go to bed. Yeah. This is the thing too, that I want everybody to understand from a 53, almost 54-year-old Black woman perspective. We are always asked to jump into the fight. Okay?
Yeah.
We're asked by everybody. I mean, we asked by the mayonnaise, females, these people, that people, them people, the other people. And part of the reason I think we're tired, you said it the other night, you said it before. I personally am tired of Black men asking us to fight, heterosexual. And when it's time to fight for us, ain't no motherfucker around. Pardon my French, but it's 3:00 in the goddamn morning somewhere. Okay, listen, I'm tired. Okay, I'm tired. Now, I'm willing to go to bat for my sisters, and I'm willing to continue to go to bat for everybody in the family. But I really need the family to come together, listen, and be respectful of one another, so that we can hear each other. Now, that's on both sides now. Remember, I told you, I referee between a 7-year-old and a 31-year-old. So, okay. So, we got to listen to each other respectfully. I'm going to respect the fact that, again, this minority of the minority has been through a lot of major crap, and my sisters have also helped to facilitate and been the facilitators of that crap. I get that. I get it. Now I want to hear what we done so that we could do better, because we can't do better if we don't know better. But we gotta get to the point also where we understand some of my biological cisgender sisters are tired, honey. We're tired.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to a point.
And those are the ones who I want to sit out of that discussion, Heart of Inspiration. I don't want anybody hurting themselves. I want the ones who are tired to take their nap on this day. Get your rest, honey.
We'll be searching for you.
Let only those who want to work and got the energy to work, got the spirit to work.
All right. But don't y'all tired ones come over on my. I'm not trying to. I don't have no room on my back. Okay, so now I'll fight for you on the front lines, baby. I'll fight for you.
I will say, for the Black women who are transphobic and because I've experienced homophobia from Black women too. Like that's not a myth. Like we've experienced homophobia from both sexes. Like my mother was just as homophobic as my grandfather was. I mean, like the shit that people weaponize, they weaponize. Both sexes participated in the oppression, but I will say nonetheless, my experience overall and collectively has been much better from the women's community than the men's community, for sure. So I have done very little to emphasize the homophobia perpetuated by women, because compared to their male straight counterparts, the homophobic Black women are a minority class compared to how much fluid homophobia was perpetuated by Black men unto myself and my peers. But I will say this too, to the Black women out there who are transphobic, you may not even know you're transphobic. Maybe you will discover that you are in fact transphobic, or have transphobic ways, or have transphobic expressions. Is that just be quick. I'm gonna tell you, really consider liberating your trans sister, because the same patriarchy that's killing her is the same patriarchy responsible for 15,000 of y'all's domestic violence deaths as well in a year. The same patriarchy that's on the necks of Black trans women is just, it's the same patriarchy and the same toxic ass masculinity that's beating on Black women, shooting and killing Black women, sexually assaulting Black women, oppressing Black women. Don't think that trans women ain't got a different beast than you. All that shit is the expression of toxic masculinity and a toxic, imbalanced patriarchal construct. So if you think that trans women are your issue, they're not. But is it true that Black women also participate in toxic masculinity? Yeah, it is. Is it true that Black women participate in the homophobic, transphobic? Yes, they do. And that conversation with One Love is going to focus on that, because One Love needs, of course, she needs her male counterparts, but she also needs her sisters. And she needs to know that her sisters, while they are hell-bent on telling her that she's not woman, that she don't bleed, that she can't birth a child, while they're hell-bent on trying to make her what she's not, this conversation is going to remind Black straight women that, baby, we got the same opponents. We got the same opponents. Just like she said, men are the problem. Just like I said, patriarchy is the issue. That's why there's all this elbowing going on, like between Black women and between cisgendered Black women and other cisgendered Black women, cisgendered Black women and trans women. So we're just gonna have the conversation, y'all. Just listening is a big thing. But I gotta get the fuck up out of here. I'm tired. I gotta go.
Love you, ladies, all of you. Heart of Inspiration.
I'm gonna
you inspire.
I'm gonna message you, Jazzy Jace, for that conversation with One Love.
Right. Yeah, Tuesday.
I would love for you to be a part of that discussion, part of inspiration. You might not feel like being a bag lady on that day, but I'm sure you any damn way.
A bag lady.
Well, anyway, and you could just, you could take it up on the altar and just get back with me if you like whatever you discern, honey. Because I would love for you to be a part of that conversation too, as well, obviously. And once again, I want everybody to be able to hit the link, everybody to be able to tell their truth. But please, let's all, and like I told One Love, it got to go both ways. It got to go both ways. It's going to be hard both ways. We got to listen both ways. We got to give each other a chance in both directions, east and west, equally. So I wanted this to be beautiful. I will keep you guys posted. Y'all will see the community tab, go to Patreon. Y'all will get the link. Like I said, I'll contact Heart of Inspiration and Jazzy Jace and everything, and we will make that happen. This here was an amazing discussion as well. Also, we're going to have the Black men versus Black women conversation with Marvin Ass on Thursday at 9. I will be in contact with him, so I know that's going to be a whole show in and of a damn self. So we got a lot going on this week. It's gonna be a heavy damn week. I hope y'all ready for a heavy.
I'm ready.
Ass combative week, honey.
I feel it already.
We're gonna be doing the work.
Okay,
all this week.
Light some candles and some sage. It'll be all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Lovely. All right. Love you.
Let me get the hell out of here.
Thank you, dear.
I love
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
I gotta go.
Sweet
Good night.
slumber.
Peace and blessings,
morning.
everybody.
All right.